What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And that was it. And it comes on finals night, and it's another
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Second double 8 for the match, and he takes it out.
He's shown the first leg, Dan Hans. He's shown the second leg,
Richie certainly
Howson.
finding his.
Tops then for a 3-1
He's shown the
lead.
fourth leg, Jansen.
Finds it with his third dart.
8 points. After a slow start yesterday, Graham Usher is beginning to get on a roll.
To take a 3-1 lead. Needs a treble 20. Finds it. Bullseye. Oh, and what a beautiful shot there.
It's all to play for in the final day's worth of play in Group A. Tom Sykes has a 2-point lead at the top, but there are 4 players that could realistically win it. Welcome along to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. And welcome along to Wednesday's action here at the Modus Super Series. It's the Castleford Tiger who's got his claws on the prize, and that's a place through to Saturday evening's finale. But it is a 4-horse race towards the line. We're going to be watching all the darts today in the company of the Golden Girl, Trina Gulliver. Well, at the beginning of the week, we saw the line of plays, particularly for this Group A, and thought we're going to see some special stuff, and it has duly delivered, hasn't it?
It has indeed, and you know, the scoring power this week has just been phenomenal, and you know, I think they stand on 94 180s so far this week, so the record's looking to be broken. It's very possible.
Well, Tom Sykes leads the way going into today's action. He has a 2-point lead from Graham Usher in second position. Danny Jansen and Richie Howson on 10 points. They've all got a fighter's chance of winning the group. Dan Hans and Rohan Brouwers probably playing for position over the course of today's session. But it is Tom Sykes that leads the way with 14 points. And at times, his power scoring has just been too much for the field.
Yeah, the amount of 180s he's hit and 171s, he's just been phenomenal. And yeah, he's really been doing some great shots out as well. And, you know, he's playing really well.
He's playing the type of darts that's just really, really difficult. Like, someone's going to have to play well to get the better of him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yesterday's game against Graham Usher, they both averaged 105. And, you know, Usher just lost out 4-3. I mean, it was an amazing game. 7 180s in that game between them.
In terms of Graham Usher, how would you assess his week so far?
He started off well yesterday. Got his first 3, and then he ran into Tom Sykes on his 4th match. So, you know, it was an epic match. He played well, but he just ran into trouble, and then his last game of the day he lost.
Well, let's have a look at the outrights then and see what the bookies think about proceedings. Tom Sykes goes off the lofty 4-9 favourite with the odds compilers. Is that a mixture of the way he's been playing this week and the fact that he's been here, he's done it, he's proven in this building, the bookmakers are probably backing him in that sense?
Yeah, I mean, if they've been watching what's been going on this week, then, you know, I think that's justified. You know, that's his power scoring is just phenomenal, and yeah, he's ahead of everybody else at the moment.
Well, it is 18+, gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. Right, our first game sees Tom Sykes in action. He can temporarily open up a 4-point lead at the top of the table. And earlier on this morning, I caught up with him to get his thoughts ahead of today's play. Tom, really good day for yourself yesterday. In terms of your scoring, you must be particularly pleased with the way it went.
Yeah, my scoring's been good all week, but yeah, like it's a really, really tough group this week. Everything's so tightly bunched together, and everybody's beating each other, so it's been a tough one so far.
Does this almost have the feel of a Champions Week group?
Yeah, it's really close. Like I say, everybody's beating each other, and if you miss, you get beat. So, and I did that a couple of times yesterday, but I think that's a bit of karma from the day before. So, yeah.
I say your scoring has been absolutely superb at times. The 180 hitting has been off the scale, hasn't it?
Yeah, well, I'm back on the moulded flight system now, so I seem to be hitting more 180s with them, but yeah, I've just got to start concentrating a bit more on the doubles, and hopefully we get over the line today.
The game's in a very good place. I mean, the Six Nations was very fortuitous for yourself the last couple of weekends. It looks like you're hitting a real purple patch in the middle of the season.
Yeah, I seem to do that all the time, but then I end up getting to a Champions Week and losing in a final. So, but hopefully today we get the job done and get the job done on Saturday as well.
What do you think the task's going to have to be today to get the job done?
I'm just going into every game to win every single game, and then the table will take care of itself. So if I can win 5 out of 5 today, nobody can catch me. So
Wish you all the best today. Tom, good luck.
cheers.
Well, Tom Sykes, by playing first today, has got an opportunity to open up a 4-point gap upon Graham Usher. If he can get the better of Dan Hans, who finds himself on 8 points on in the first couple of days worth of play. Couple of wins in each day for Dan over the course of his Group A campaign thus far. But Tom Sykes has been head and shoulders the best player in this group so far. The 2-time Champions Week runner-up back in Series 6 and Series 9 from Castleford in Yorkshire. Up against Dan Hans, the 26-year-old from Walsall in the Midlands, making his debut in this particular competition on the back of a good year on the ADC United Kingdom circuit. Paul Hinks took charge of last year's Global Championship final, and he's going to preside over proceedings this morning. And it's going to be Tom Sykes to get us underway. And if he plays anything like he did yesterday, Trina, average just under 95 for the session, 15 180s for the day, he is going to be very, very tough to dislodge at the top of the table.
42.
He is indeed, and not only 15 180s, he had a few 171s as well. So his scoring power really is top notch.
100.
And we've got every chance today of the 180 record being broken.
76.
Yeah, 94 180s over the course of the first 2 days in this group. The record is 133.
100.
Not just that, the amount of ton plus finishes we've seen as well. We saw 9 yesterday, 14 over the
100.
course of the group. Dan Hans has had a big fish, as you saw at the beginning of the programme this morning.
100.
Yeah, and then we've got Rowan Brouwers as well in one match, had a 147 and a 136 as well. So
76.
we've had some top quality stuff this week so far. I'm sure it's going to continue.
Could start with some brilliance. Could start with a 142.
102.
But top scores are begging for Tom Sykes, but he is going to come back for 3 more.
41. Tom Lucar, 40.
Tops then for Tom. 2 10s. He might choose to bust here
38.
as Dan Hans not on a finish. But I don't think he was going for that, to be fair. I don't think he meant to leave himself double
134.
one.
Tom Lucar, 2.
Well, the idea was to bust. He misstrayed his dart, and now he finds himself in a worse position he originally found himself in.
No score. Dan Lucar, 32.
Dan's Hans is in a position to nick this leg,
Getting shown the
and he
first
does
leg,
so.
Dan
Takes
Hans.
it with his second dart. Mistake there by Sykes.
Second leg down.
Dan
reserve
Hans
first.
takes
Game on.
advantage and breaks the throw. Tom Sykes, 1-0.
Dan's handed the first leg because of that slight miscalculation. Well,
134.
not miscalculation, but misstep of Tom Sykes there. And that is a break in the favour of the Midlands man. Needed to find one at some point if he was to win the contest. So perhaps no better time to get them right from the very get-go.
60.
Yeah, it's all important to hold his own throw now, though. Otherwise, the advantage that he had,
100.
I have to say, been given really by Tom Sykes. Will be taken away.
And you get the sense Tom Sykes is one of those players that
140.
once you get in front, you've got to keep in front of him. You can't give him any kind of route back into the match because he will just stamp all over it.
85. Dan Lucar,
Yeah, absolutely.
167.
So chance now for Dan. Can't be done this time. Can set it up nicely though.
81.
He's himself on 86 to double his lead to 2-0, and everybody else in this practice room will be more than happy to see this particular scoreline. Particularly Graham Usher, who plays in the next... Well, plays the Royal Marathon Game 3. Danny Jansen plays Richard Howson next. Both players have been intrigued about what's happening here as well. But Sykes does have a route back into this game, a route to level this game up at 1 apiece. If he can find double 10.
Well, that second dart at double 10 was right on the wire. Couldn't use it to take it out. But Dan Hans takes out double 10. Takes a 2-0 lead.
Third leg Tom to throw first.
2-0 to the goods. Without having to play to his top level as of yet.
60.
Average underneath the 80 mark, but Tom Sykes has missed 8 darts at a double so far in this contest, and Dan has just been there to pick the pieces up.
125.
Well, you'd have to say Dan's been given chances, hasn't he? And he's taken them.
78. $100.
Sometimes we get these ADC qualifiers in, and we don't know too much about them. They've won their regional qualifier and they've come here as a result, but Dan was doing some handy stuff on the Challenge Tour, also doing some decent stuff on the ADC circuit. We knew that there was a real talent that we're going to be seeing for the first time here, and so far we have seen some really good stuff, and this is a really good leg.
38. Tom Nakar, 157.
So 157 for Tom. Can't find the treble 19, so it won't go this time. 78 required. He does find the treble 18 to leave himself 24 should he return. But 58 for Dan. Tops then. And he takes it. Wow, a 3-0 lead now by Dan Hans. And another breaker throw there.
Well, sometimes the first leg can be very indicative as to how a game goes. And for Tom Sykes, it was that melee, wasn't it, around the doubling when his opponent was nowhere to be seen. He went 82. To bust the score, missed straight into the single 8, left himself on double 1, didn't win the leg. Dan Hans broken. From that point onwards, Dan has been in control of this contest.
96.
Yes, indeed, but it's not over yet. Tom really needs to
60.
Find his scoring power as he did yesterday.
140.
Especially in this leg. It's a must-win leg for Sykes.
140.
He leads himself on a finish, but Dan potentially has 6 to wrap it up. Tom leads himself on a 2-darter after 12.
Yeah, so Dan will have a shot at 42. The 83 for a 4-0 victory.
To get his day off to the perfect start.
51.
Well, both of those darts graze the wire. Tom Sykes gets given a reprieve, but he's going to have to take out a ton plus checkout just to give himself any kind of hope in this game. He's not going to. 59. And so Dan Hans returns once again for double 16.
Needs another one of them.
24.
And he can't find it.
60.
Just slips into the double 8 bed. There's a chance now for Sykes to save this match. 2 10s. And he finds it.
Fourth leg, Tom Sykes.
Gets a leg on the board. A bit of reprieve. Can breathe a sigh of relief.
Game on.
Break of throw there as well. So potentially, if he holds his throw here, he'll only be 1 leg behind.
140.
Well, Dan Hans missed a couple of darts at double 16 to win the match 4-0. But the problem that he does have is Tom Sykes is beginning to get better in the contest. Now, yes, he's got a bit of a cushion and a bit of a lead, but Tom Sykes is the type of player that can rattle off a couple of legs in very quick succession. And before you know it, you can have a error comfortability, which can then turn
92.
into a bit of panic because you've got the man behind you catching up very quickly and you don't know what to do about the situation.
134.
Super darts there from Tom. Leaves himself 104.
43.
Dan way
Tommy Carr,
back in this leg.
104. $56.
Well, no panic.
60. Tommy Carr, 48.
Well, it's almost as if Dan Hans fancy making himself a cup of tea and
You sure
saying,
the fifth
Tom, you
leg
go
comes
win
up?
that leg, and win that leg he will. 14 darter, back to 3-2. So Dan's got another opportunity
Six
to
leg
win this
Jansen
game on
goes
throw, but
first.
this one
Game
under
on.
much more pressure than the last.
Yeah, important to get off to a good
59.
start. I would have hoped for more.
$82.
That's a good last start from Tom. Saves the situation slightly.
85. $100.
It's just beginning to fall apart a little bit here for Dan.
80.
Yeah, if he loses this match, he's going to be kicking himself.
44.
But bit of a reprieve there by Tom. So looking for a big score here. And he manages one.
135.
Well, he's himself first to a finish. Tom will look down at the 25 because that
105.
leaves
Down
himself
Carr,
on the fish.
142. $44. Tom
A
Carr,
few wayward darts
170.
there. So 170, the big fish. Will it go? It won't this time.
98. Daniel Carr, 98.
It's a chance now for Hans to wrap it up.
And he's going to get two more match darts, a double 19.
60.
And more
Tom
match
Carr,
darts he fails to
72.
convert. And so Tom Sykes comes back looking at 72 to take us the whole hog, the full 7 legs. 48 remaining. It's double 16 to
40.
take us all the way.
Daniel
But the
Carr,
spirited
38.
fight back could come to an end.
Game shown the match
Finds it with
done.
his first start and takes a 4-2 victory over Tom Sykes. That will hurt Tom. Not a great start for him today, but Dan would have been absolutely gutted if he'd have lost that match. It's 86.97 for Tom and 80.17 for Dan. Just one maximum in that game. And coming up after the break, we have Richard Howson against Danny Jansen.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen! And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Howson. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've had our first twist already on this Wednesday because Tom Sykes, the table topper overnight, lost out 4-2 to Dan Hand. And Richie Howson in our second game is hit at 180. And I think Danny Jansen's just hit the biggest of fat fives you'll ever see. Anyway, let's find a little bit more about these two. Richie, the 59-year-old from Raynham in Essex, twice a weekly runner-up, did pick up a title at the Legends League earlier this year up against Danny Jansen, who has made the final on the 2 occasions that he's played here previously. From Holton in the Netherlands originally, now based out in the United States with his young family. He is hoping to get the job done in Group A and give himself the possibility of a couple of days off to enjoy down
First
in
flag Richie to throw first.
Portsmouth.
Game
And
on.
I do believe if he does qualify, his close friend Cameron Crabtree will be in attendance on Saturday night. Former Super Series runner-up.
140.
I believe
15.
Cam himself is playing on the Pro Tour at the moment in Leicester.
Yeah, he's got the better Wesley Plazier yesterday.
57.
Good run for his good mate Owen Bates to the last 16 yesterday. A title which, in the end,
180.
was won by Damon Heta, picking up his second Pro Tour title of the year. Got the better of Stephen Bunting by 8 legs to 7 in the final. The standard yesterday at times was incredible. Just looking at the amount of ones that are next to the averages of some of the players and some of the
98.
matches yesterday. Heta beat Price 7-5 in the semis. Bunting beat Cross 7-6 in the other semi. Also quarterfinal appearances for Johnny Clayton, Darryl Gurney, Ross Smith and Josh
100.
Rock, who lost 6-5 to Rob Cross despite averaging 108.89.
140. Richie Carr 144.
Well, finds the treble 20 with his last start.
$43.
Just
Richie
misses out
Carr,
on the bullseye.
44.
So 44 for Howson. Double 16.
36.
Wires
Carr, 25.
both 16 and 8. Chance for Jansen to take out the 25. 2 12s.
19.
Slips into the double.
Richie, you can't
9.
Oh, there's been a lot of tired darts this morning, haven't there? If we built this group up at the beginning of the session, we've almost built it up to full.
Gage on the
So
first
Howson
leg.
falls
Richie
over the
Howson.
line in this opening leg, pinning the double 1 to move 1
Second
up.
leg, Danny to through first. Game on. $180.
Another maximum for Danny Jansen, his second of the match.
$180.
Well, and Howson follows. Super darts.
Well, we mentioned the record, didn't we? Of
96.
133. We've already had 4 in the session.
Yeah, currently on 98.
100. $94.
Should be like a cricketer. The one that gets the 100th 180 should raise their darts up in the air.
100. Daniel Carr, 131.
So 131 for Danny. Finds a treble 17. Was going tops, but
111.
recovers well.
Richie Carr, 121.
Finding the treble 20 to leave himself 20 when he returns. Should he return? Tops then,
96.
or even the bullseye.
Daniel Carr, 20. Getting shown the
Anything
second
will
leg,
happen
Danny
in any
Jansen.
order. And Danny Jansen finds a double 10 to level up at 1 apiece. 13 dart to that.
Third leg, Richie
from
to
Danny.
first. Game
Couple
on.
of 180s. Apart from those couple of missed darts in the opening leg, it's been a decent performance thus far. He'll be happy enough with the way that he's played.
140.
Just somebody, Danny, who is
17.
the most incredible company and somebody that when you get the chance to spend 5 minutes with, you just leave the conversation with a great big beaming smile on your face. I can imagine that he's been a really
140.
infectious character in that practice room.
Yeah, he's a lovely guy, and he's a gentle guy. He's a gentle
13.
giant. I think that's the way to describe Danny.
$57.
Yeah, the easiest of easy company to spend time with. Family will be coming over to England later on in the week to
125. Richie Carr, 164.
come and see him and hopefully see him here on Saturday night.
$55. $140. Richie Carr, 109.
So 109 for Howson. Double 6. Just wires it.
103.
But he will be back. It's Jansen on 206. Looking to put pressure on.
30. Richie Carr, 6. Game shot on the third
Head
leg.
straight for the
Richie
double
Howson.
free, gets the double free, and Howson finds himself 2-1 to the good in this
Fourth leg, Danny
contest.
goes first. Game on. $97.
In this game, we'll move on to 12 points in the group, and because of that defeat for Tom Sykes in the opening game of the day, it would mean
45.
that they would be just a couple off the table topper. Graham Usher has the opportunity to leapfrog Tom by way of legs difference if he
60.
can get the better of Rohan Brouwers in game 3 of the session.
$100. $100.
If you remember yesterday, we were saying about how talented Richie Howson is. Great, obviously a brilliant dart player. Loves
100.
his snooker, good player at that. Loves his fishing, great at that. Fantastic artist, good at that,
140.
but can't hoover, apparently. Well, the story is, if you notice, he is actually limping a little bit.
100.
He told me this morning that he'd done it by hoovering the stairs. But we will continue that conversation.
29. Richie Carr 156.
Because he's looking not to trip things up here on the 156. Double 18. Would have been for the first
138.
big one of the day.
Daniel Carr 75.
That was a good effort. 75. Jansen,
Each on the
212 as
fourth
he
leg, Danny
hits.
Jansen.
Takes out the 75.
Fifth leg, Richie to
Draw
third
level.
first. Game on.
Been a strange contest
85.
so far between the pair. There's been glimpses of some good stuff, but then there's been other points where there's been a few marks who've been below par, but the 180 hitting hasn't been for Daniel. That's his third of the match.
$100.
Hold on. Hold on.
180.
Oh, and now then.
That is the 100th 180 of the week.
100.
But Danny
Daniel Carr,
Jansen's looking to do
141.
something that no player has ever done in this building before, and that's it. 2-9 darts in the same campaign. He went 18
105.
yesterday after hitting the 9 on Monday, but he's unable to find the treble there. On for a potential 10 darter.
140. Daniel Carr 36.
What a brilliant leg this is. Can he use the dart? He
Getting shown
does use
fifth
the
leg,
dart
Danny
and
Jansen.
pins it with his second. An
Sixth leg,
11
Danny
dart
to third
leg
first.
there for Danny Jansen.
Game on.
And a breaker throw. He finds Danny throwing for the match.
Both players averaging 94.18 on the nose, identical going into
125.
this sixth leg. 5 180s, and it's going to stay at 5. Anyway, we're
100.
rudely interrupted by Danny Jansen's 9 dart attempt. I want to know a little bit more about this Richie Howson story.
Oh, well, Richie told me he
85.
was using the hoover on the stairs. However, I've spoken to Lynn since, and Lynn says, well, it didn't quite happen like that. It was the hoover that gave him the injury.
140.
However, he just fell over it. So he wasn't hoovering at all. So you've been caught out,
81.
Howson.
Don't let the truth get in the way of a good story, eh?
$140. $140. Richie Carr 121.
1-2-1 for Richie. Can't find the treble 17. Would have left the bullseye.
53. Daniel Carr 70.
Chance now for Jansen to wrap it up.
To win this game, it's a dart at double top for 4-2 win.
Getting shown
And
the
to
match,
put
Danny
himself
Jansen.
right on the coattails of those at the top, a round of applause for Richie Howson for what was a very strong end to that match from Danny Jansen. An 11 darter, 15 darter, average of 95 was a high quality contest. The scoring at times was exemplary. Full 180s for the Mullins. He threatened the 9 again. He beat Richie Howson by 4 legs to 2. Coming up after the break, Rohan Brouwers up against Graham Usher.
54. Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's the moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gave wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the
gets
job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to Pluto TV and the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Danny Jansen got the better of Richie Howson by 4-2. It was quite the contest. Both players averaging in the mid-90s in that game. Jansen with 4 180s. And it puts him to within a couple of points of Tom Sykes at the top of the table. But it could be Graham Usher at the top of the table if he can get the better of Rohan Brouwers in this game. Brouwers, the 23-year-old from woohoo in the Netherlands, making his debut in this competition. And if you are watching this on YouTube, you probably won't be for much longer because I've probably got us taken off for copyright because of that blur track. Anyway, Graham Usher, the 52-year-old from Scarborough, the series runner-up here at the Super Series. And if you do get taken off of YouTube, blame me, not Trina Gulliver MBE.
Well, I'm glad you added that bit, Henry. Yeah, that's, yes,
leg
it's all
Ryan
Henry's
through
fault.
first. Game on.
Yeah, in for an exciting game here. Brewers had some great finishing yesterday. 147 and a 136
85.
in his game against Tom Sykes, where he ended up being the victor of that
100.
4-3 encounter.
I get the sense that Rohan's numbers in another Group A would have seen him on a lot more points and put himself in a
135.
much better position than what he currently is in.
Yeah, I mean, I've spoken to him
100.
earlier and he said he's really enjoyed it. You know, he's learning each day and every game that he plays. He's loving the camaraderie in the players' room
95.
as well. And yeah, so good experience for him, and I'm sure we'll see more of him.
81.
Well, Rohan's definitely come in with a shirt which looks very laissez-faire, very laid back. Looks like he's
7.
Looks like he's enjoying an afternoon on the beach in that particular shirt.
100.
Oh, yes, as you can see now.
$27. Graham your car, 120.
Have to get to the bottom of that as Graham Usher looks to get to the bottom of this first leg, but he's not going to
42.
find the 120. So Brouwers back for 152 to get himself on the board. Perfect first start. Begging for a second. Gets it double 16. Isn't there?
Well, you would fancy that going on his finishing from yesterday, but tops now for Usher, and he finds it.
Graham Usher.
Takes the first leg of the match, and a breaker throw there.
Second leg Graham to through first. Game on.
Brewers unlucky to find that double 16 for the 152.
81.
Gave himself an opportunity, couldn't take it, and Usher duly obliges. And that's kind of been the story of Rohan's week so far, is he's put himself in positions, but that odd die here and there hasn't quite gone. And maybe the difference between him playing in local competition
89.
to playing at this level is maybe back at home and you get that second chance. Here, he's been punished for everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
59.
Yeah, at times he showed brilliance.
100. $134.
With Graham won his first 3 of the day,
140.
and then he ran into Tom Sykes, where we had that fantastic game, both averaging 105 plus.
100. Graham car 91.
Tom turning out to be the victor.
51. Rohan car 149.
So 149 for Rohan. He had a darted double 16 on the back of the 152. And these are the small gilt-edged chances that he's being fed with.
Sorry, 81. Graham car 40.
Can Usher ping this?
Yes, he can, is the answer. Takes out the double 10. Leads this match by 2 legs to 0.
$47.
And there's another maximum to add to the tally. 101 now. That's between them, by the way, not just for Graham Usher.
Although it's felt like Graham Usher at times has hit 101 180s, the way he's power scored.
80.
It wouldn't surprise you if Tom Sykes had had 101 180s this week.
No, he's been phenomenal, hasn't he?
Well, there is a possibility that if Tom Sykes does not win this group, that Luke Littler's 65 180s in a week tally could be under severe threat if he was to go the whole hog on Saturday through Group B. 65 180s in 6 days is ridiculous.
44. Graham car 61.
Tops required.
And
tops found.
Graham Usher.
Graham Usher finds himself a 3-0
4 Graham to through first.
ahead.
Game on.
Double breaker throw accrued. And actually, if Usher wins this game, it means that all 3 of our matches
83.
to begin the session would have gone all against throw. Dan Hans beat Tom Sykes against the darts 4-2, and Danny Jansen did exactly the same against Richie Howson.
59.
And because of his superior leg stiffness, it would put Graham to the top of the table as he piles in a third 180. His average now just under the ton, and he really is making a kick towards the line. It was a dozen dart in the previous leg, and he could be on for something similar here.
58. $98.
Yeah, just checking his score there. Leaves himself a better finish than the 138.
100. Going to car 140.
It can't be done this time. But he will be back.
60.
And of course, it's twofold as well. Not just his 140 an easier finish, but if you don't hit it, the breakdown's much easier. Simple ton would have left him tops.
180.
Well, there's another max. The first for Brewers in this match. 4 in total at the moment.
60. Rohan to a car
As Usher
104.
misses tops.
Again, another opportunity in three-figure range is being afforded.
72.
And all that's being
Going to car
afforded to
20.
Rohan. And this could be the end of his woes if Usher can find double 10. Fives puts into the summit.
15. Rohan to a car 32.
Chance for Rohan to take out this 32 and
He's shown
finds
the
it with his
fourth
first
leg.
start.
Rohan
Gets a
Brewer.
leg on the board. And that was a breaker throw. A 16 dart leg there.
First. Game on.
So if he holds his throw here, it puts him within 1.
We did see a mini revival
85.
from Tom Sykes, didn't we, against Dan Hands, where Dan raced into a 3-0 lead, got the double break. Sykes
140.
reeled off a couple on the spin, but Dan was able to hold it all together. Graham will be hoping that's just the odd blot on the sheet and nothing more significant than
57.
that.
$78. $140.
It's another max. Yes, it is.
180.
That's 4 maximums for Graham Usher in this match.
I don't know whether you saw that, but Rohan Brewer's pointed his finger out because he expected that to go. Second consecutive game where there's been 5 180s at least, and the game could come to a close here. Usher unable to take out the 103. Brewers is back for 79 to
67.
reduce the gap back down to 1 again.
$43. Glenn
Yeah,
McCarr,
it's,
36.
Usher takes to the hockey after sticking his sticker back on and
on the match
finds
game,
the
Usher.
double 18 for the match. The 4-1 victory there for Graham Usher over Rohan Brewers. 83.84 average for Rohan Brewers and a 96.15 for Graham Usher. 4 maximums for Graham and 1 for Rohan Brewers. Coming up next after the break is Dan Hands and Richie Howson.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We see the first round of fixtures come to a close. Victories for Graham Usher, Danny Jansen and Tom Sykes. It means that we have two co-leaders at the top of the table. Graham Usher and Tom Sykes both on 14 points. Graham Usher leading by way of legs difference, +8 to +6. Jansen, though, who is on 12 points, has a very healthy legs difference. And Richie Howson, who could have gone second in the league table winning his first match because of how badly the first round of fixtures went for him, actually now finds himself in 5th position. And he could find himself a little bit behind the 8 ball here if he loses to Dan Hands, because a defeat in this one puts him in a position where he's most likely going to find himself embroiled in Group C when it comes to Thursday and Friday's action. How quickly things can change.
Yes, indeed.
60.
It is a tight group.
$140. $81.
When you do look
100.
at the table, Trina, from this point onwards, who do you look at and think off the back of the first game you like the look of in terms of possibly going on to win things?
Well, going on what we've seen so far, you'd have to say Graham Usher, wouldn't you? 4 maximums in that match. However, there was 4 maximums by Danny Jansen as well in his match, so you know,
60.
a good start there for him. He's so nip and tuck, it's just anything can happen, can't it?
40. Daniel Carr, 160.
Another one of them. Lee's tops.
140.
For the 160. That's
Richard
not too
Carr,
far away.
161.
Howson's not going to fire the 161, and so Dan will come back looking at double
Daniel
10
Carr,
to
20.
take the opening leg.
Getting shown the first leg, Dan Hands.
And he does so. Pins the double 10.
Second leg, Richie to throw first. Game on. $83.
Well, manages to find the treble 20 with his last dart. A bit of a recovery.
84.
And a good dart there from Dan Hands.
$100.
Richie played well in his first game. His scoring was okay. 96.1 was his overall average. But the big difference in that match against Danny Jansen was 2 for 9 on his doubling.
Yeah, and Danny Jansen's 4 from 8, so 50% there.
140.
That's, like you say, was the difference.
85.
Well, House has got 6 darts from here to level this game back up at 1 apiece.
100.
Leaves himself 78 when he returns. And Dan just looking to pressurise and get some maximum. That's superb pressure
78.
from Dan Hands. Howson needing to take this out. Finds a treble 18. Can he find
the second leg, Richie Howson.
the double 12? He does.
Third leg down to
1-1.
first. Game on.
14 darter for the Owl to square things up.
100.
So he played some decent stuff this morning, is Richie. And yet his price for it is to be bogged down a couple of places and second bottom of the group. And if he loses this game, will be not guaranteed darts in Group C on Thursday and Friday, but it'd be pretty close to it.
140.
Dan Hands, by the way, is averaging 108.5 at this early to midway point of the contest.
60.
Yeah, I've been impressed with Dan. He's played some great stuff.
140.
And obviously he hit the big fish yesterday as well. Reeled that one in.
60. Daniel Carr, 121.
Doesn't have to chase the bullseye. Well, finds the
Game's on
triple
the
11,
third
then
leg.
gets a
Dan
double
Hans.
14, and that was hit in next to no time at all.
Fourth leg Richie to through first. Game
Yeah,
on.
12 dart leg there for Dan. Super darts, 111.82 for Dan.
140.
90.22 for Howson. Currently stands
45. $91.
If you're Richie, you must be thinking, what on earth have I done to everybody else this morning? Danny Jansen put in a 95 against him in the
95.
opener. And Dan Hans is not putting in the performance of the week, but perhaps a performance of the lifetime, or performance of a lifetime against the Owl at this present moment in time.
Richie finds a maximum. That's one apiece
60.
in this at the moment.
Richie O'Connor,
Requires
90.
90 to level the match. He'll stay at the treble 18. Finds it. Double 16.
58.
Throws the dart low. He will be back though.
41. Richie O'Connor, 32.
So for 2-2, Howson's got plenty of time at this double 16. Chasing eights.
Game's
Finding
on the
double
fourth
eight.
leg. Richie
And we are
Howson.
all square at 2-2 in what has been a high caliber,
Fifth
high
leg
quality
handed through first.
contest up to
Game on.
press. Well, that's the leg by leg. Dan has actually get the game off a 16 darter. Everything
30.
else has been won in 5 minutes or less, including that 12 darter to put Dan 2-1 to the good. And these are the types of battles that we've kind of had all
100.
week long, really.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just reiterating, we've had some top quality stuff, and that's a great 180 there from Dan Hans. Tightly packed. Could have got 6 more in there.
100.
Oh,
140.
nearly finds another one. Leaves himself on 151 when he returns.
Howson needs a couple of trebles just to leave himself on a finish. Needs to try and apply whatever pressure he can.
100. Daniel Carr,
He's
151.
himself handy-ish, but Dan looking at 151, not to be on this occasion.
93.
He's favourite for the leg anyway. And Howson needs another treble.
87. Daniel Carr, 58.
To establish the lead.
18. Richie Carr, 114.
Well, chance now then for Howson to break here. 114. Treble 18's the target. Finds it. Tops then. And he
Game's on the
finds that
fifth leg.
too.
Richie Howson.
Oh, what a shot there by Richie Howson. Breaks the
Sixth leg,
throw
Richie did through first.
of Dan Hans and leads by three legs to
Game
2.
on.
Throwing for the match now as well.
Second ton top of the game, the 114 of Howson. Matched with the 1-2-1 of Dan Hans earlier on in the contest. And that's the first break that we've seen so
95.
far in this game. And so Howson looking to serve it out here.
140.
That's despite the fact his opponent's average, well, is 99.99.
Red balloons go by.
100.
That was UK #1 back in 1983, wasn't it? 99 loft ballons.
If you
91.
say so.
Sure, it's in the charts the same time as Duran Duran's "Hungry Like the Wolf."
That's Martin Adams. He'll know.
60.
It was nice to see Martin here a couple of weeks ago for the Champion of Champions tournament, which
100.
took place at the Live Lounge. Good to see him in good spirits and smiling and playing some good stuff again, actually.
Yeah, indeed. Always a pleasure to
100.
meet up with
Daniel Carr, 170.
my mate Martin.
Yeah, I saw him
76.
as I walked into
Richard
the
Carr,
door before that event.
146.
And he said, "How are you, Martin?" "I'm hot and I'm old."
That sounds like him.
105. Daniel Carr, 94.
A chance for Dan to level the match here. 90 left. I went for the ball to leave
28.
tops,
Richard Carr, 41.
but not found. So match opportunity for Howson as he looks at double 16. Double 8 then. And he
Game show of the
finds
match,
it. It's
Richard
right
Howson.
in the corner. Paul Hinks has to stretch his neck to have a look. And finally gets the win. A 4-2 victory there for Richie Howson. 96.15 for Dan Hands. Richie Howson a 91.60. 3 180s between them. And coming up next after the break, we have Dan Hands. No, we don't. We have Graham Usher and Tom Sykes.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where we have a huge game coming up in this Group A between Tom Sykes and Graham Usher. As you can see, both players on 14 points at the top of the Group A table. Usher with the slender advantage by way of legs difference over the Castleford Tiger. Usher's won his first game. Tom has lost his opening match. Before the break, we saw Richie Howson move on to 12 points with a 4-2 win against Dan Hands, and Danny Jansen also on that mark, having got the better of Graham in his opening, Richie in his opening game of the day. Dan Hands and Rohan Brouwers both at the bottom of the pile. And now the huge game at the top of the group as the Gambler takes on the Castleford Tiger. Graham Usher up against Tom Sykes. The winner of this one will move on to 16 points in the table and will move themselves a couple of points clear at the summit. 2 clear with 3 games left to play. It is a position which is fortuitous for the player that goes on to win it, but for the loser there is a bit of a mountain to climb. And for Tom Sykes, it'll be about dusting himself down from his disappointments against Dan Hands, where he missed 10 darts at a double, whilst Graham Usher looked almost irresistible at times against Rohan Brouwers.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to this game, Henry. If it's anything to go by their last one of yesterday.
123.
Well, you had the pleasure of sitting in the comms booth yesterday. How good was it?
It was fantastic.
140.
Real good battle. Top quality darts. Fantastic scoring.
180.
A real pleasure to watch.
Well, that's the first, and you suspect not the last 180 of this particular contest.
63.
Top set.
23. Tom Car 170.
Well, this would be nice. Needs another one of them. Can't find it. So treble 18 would be the
84.
target.
Graham Car 40. Getting sure the first leg, Graham Usher.
And Usher finds tops to take the first leg of this match.
Second leg, Tom to through first.
13
Game
dart
on.
leg there. Great start to the match.
Well, they say in boxing that styles make fights, and these two are most certainly tangoing here.
60.
That is the 1500th 180 that we've seen in Super Series 11. Oh, hang on a second. Okay, maybe don't hang on.
99.
You were getting excited there, weren't you, Henry? Hold on to your chair.
Me get excited? That's completely out of character.
42.
Well, a few loose darts there. Right, Graham Usher. Sykes looking to take advantage.
40.
Oh, that's unfortunate. A big bounce out there. Off the wire. Big score here.
100. Tom Car 140.
Doesn't leave himself a finish, so a bit of breathing space for Sykes here.
He's got to be careful not to catch it.
100.
Went high and then doesn't find any of the artillery that was in the way.
30. Tom Car 40.
And he's got plenty of time at tops to square this game up.
Getting shown the second
He
leg.
finds
Tom
it with his
Sykes.
second dart. One apiece.
Third leg, Graham
It
to
would
through
have been
first.
interesting
Game
to have
on.
seen what Tom Sykes would have done if he went inside on the double 10, just because of what happened in the opening leg of his game
95.
against Dan Hands, where he went inside on the double 10. His opponent wasn't on a finish, tried to bust the score, hit the single 8, and then found himself
140.
toiling around with the madhouse.
And another maximum finds
180.
the bed. That's 2 for Graham
95.
in this match.
I think this might be the biggest compliment I could pay these two. The averages are only
81.
97 and 98.
Yeah, another great game from the pair.
59.
So
Graham
145 for Graham Usher. Can't be done this time, so looking to set it up.
90.
And he fills it. I think he's thinking of the record, you know.
Getting shown the third leg, Graham Usher.
Because it matters not. Usher's going to take it out in 14 darts, lead 2-1.
Fourth leg,
And these two are very much at it again.
2 apiece as far as the maximums are concerned. 94.07 for Usher and 98.66 for Tom.
100.
4 180s in the first 3 legs. That's surely a max.
Well, it was sitting upright, wasn't it? You're getting excited again, Henry.
How can you not enjoy these two
134.
Halcyon warriors sling it out and duke it out like this?
58.
I'll tell you what, visit like that can be absolutely pounced upon, but
55.
I just wonder now whether the brilliance of the first few legs have now been met in the middle with the consequence of what could happen with win and defeat here could be.
97.
Well, that's a good dart by Tom Sykes with his last. Finds a treble 19.
60. Tom Lecard, 149.
149 then for Tom. That's good darts. Leaves himself 22. So Graham now 152. Finds the first target. Can't find the second target.
Well, he is hoping that Tom Sykes makes a meal of this double 11.
Tom Lecard, 22.
These two square the contest back up at 2 apiece.
No score. Graham Lecard, 56.
Well, 3 well thrown darts there, but not quite finding the target. So tops now.
Getting shown the fourth leg,
Graham
Graham Usher.
makes no mistake. Finds the tops.
Fifth leg,
Leads the
Graham
match
gets
by
in
3
first.
legs to
Game
1.
on.
It's thrown for the match here.
On the cusp of 2 victories from 2.
60.
And if he was to pull off that second win, it means he'd open up a 2-point gap on Tom Sykes, who, remember, had a 2-point lead before play got underway.
100.
The bookmakers were absolutely convinced Tom Sykes would win this group. He was laid on at 4-9. If you wanted to have a gamble on the gambler, he was 3-1. Well, that 3-1 looks very skinny now. 5th 180 of the max, 3rd for Usher. Make that the 6th 180 of the match. 3 apiece.
Oh my word, Henry, what's
55.
gone wrong with your voice?
I haven't got that optic yet. Hold on. Hold on. Number 7. If this goes all the way, the 9-180 record could be under severe threat.
100. Tom Lecard, 41.
41 then for Tom. Double 16. Double 8.
25. Graham Lecard,
Not to be
106.
found. So a chance now for Usher to take this out for the match.
65.
So the
Tom
persevere
Lecard,
couldn't find,
16.
so Sykes is back for double 8 to bring it back to 3-2. Can he nestle away through? No, he
score.
can't.
Graham Lecard, 41.
And consequently, Usher could win this absolute thriller of a contest by
shown the
pinning
match
double
penalty.
top, and that puts him 2 points clear at the top of the group. He gets the better of Tom Sykes by 4 legs to 1, and now it is all in the hands of Graham Usher, this Group A. Another absorbing contest between the pair. 7 180s between them, and it's Usher that wins by 4 legs to 1.
54. Charlie Maguire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
required
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. For the break, saw a superb game between Graham Usher and Tom Sykes. A 4-1 win for the Gambler puts him on to 16 points in the group. Our 6th game is a meeting between the Mullet, Danny Jansen and Rohan Brouwers, the 2 ADC qualifiers this week. Well, Danny, a wildcard qualifier. Rohan qualified directly because of his efforts on the ADC European Tour in recent months. He's actually been doing some good stuff on the development tour stage. But
Game on.
Danny, a man that has won on pretty much every single stage, a Pro Tour stage, a Challenge Tour stage, looking to win on Saturday on the Super Series stage, won a World Championship match. A player
57.
who's so young has accomplished so much and is looking to move himself onto 14 points, and they're going to put himself on the coattails of Graham Usher. Now,
100.
one thing that Danny does have in his favour is a good legs difference. +8 going into this
43.
particular contest with 12 points on the board. So if he can keep himself in and around the midst of Graham Usher, who he plays in game 13
47.
of the session, that legs difference could be a handy tool in his artillery.
56.
Yeah, today it all comes to the point where the leg difference can make a big difference.
137.
And where the players will maybe at the end of the day just
94.
thinking, or if I'd have taken that one leg here or taken that one leg there, things could be so much different.
Those fine margins, isn't it? Particularly when you're playing in round robin, because it is as simple as losing that odd leg in that game there that you should never have lost, coming back to
60.
bite you badly. So I like to call it the Darrell Pilgrim butterfly effect.
40.
Lost a couple of legs that he didn't need to against Jimmy Van Schie. Meant he had to play in a 9-dart shootout, which he'd ultimately go out of.
99. Rohan Yokar 136. Danny Yokar 92.
Well, recovers well with his last start, but 92 for Danny here. And he finds the tops, takes it out, leads by 1 leg to 0.
Just feels like there's
135.
Extra zip in the bounce of Danny Jansen at this present moment in time. Just seems to be an extra little bit of oomph to him on this
41.
Wednesday.
$95.
He said yesterday after his 9-dart on the Monday,
125.
that, his 2 games after that he felt a bit
34.
deflated. His arm felt tired, but you know, it's an energy rush, isn't it? So it kind of like
99.
tires you out.
Well, it's an adrenaline rush, isn't it? And it's just natural in any human being. It doesn't matter whether you're playing professional sport
59.
or whatever you do in life. And that adrenaline naturally causes out. We're just going to after a certain amount of time. It's difficult then to try and
90.
pick yourself up to then find the energy levels required to then play a mean level that's good enough for you to win matches.
58. Danny Yokar 146.
And I guess when you've hit the perfect game, you're expecting to do it again because you're playing so well.
106. Rohan Yokar.
That's a great shot there from Jansen. Leaves himself tops should he get a chance. Needs to treble 20 now.
40.
Can't be found and clatters
Danny
into
Yokar 40.
the dart. And it bounces out the board. So
Getting shot on the
tops and he
second leg, Danny
finds
Jansen.
And
Jansen 2-0.
Third leg,
2
Danny
to the
to
good.
first.
He gets the
Game
break.
on.
2 from 2 in his doubles. He was 4 from 8 in his game against Richie Howson. In fact, his doubling in this group has been better than any
46.
other player and better by a severe margin. Prior to today's action, 32 out of 72 on his doubling. 44% was his doubling
59.
numbers. To put that by way of comparison, only one other player was in excess of 30% in terms of their finishing in this group, and that player was Graham Usher
125.
at 31%.
That's a big difference, isn't it?
85.
Which is probably why he finds himself in the position that he's in, because we're in a group littered with power scorers.
45.
But you look at the doubling stats, it's just been a little bit off, where Danny has been a little bit more pedestrian to the post, but then once he's had an opportunity to win a leg, he's been able to take it better than anybody
100.
else.
$125.
Leaves himself 160 when he returns.
45. Danny Yokar 160.
He'll have 6 starts at this.
$80.
Well, again, another clatter of darts. And he scores the 80. Rowan looking
62.
to pressurise.
Danny Yokar 80.
20. Leaves double 20.
60.
Just underneath.
Rohan
And
Yokar
so
150.
Rohan looking at 150. And so far today, these have been the
86. Daniel
types
Carr,
of
20.
opportunities he's been left with. Opportunities like that, chances at big finishes. Hasn't really had free at hand many
He's on the third
times.
leg,
He's not
Danny
going to get
Jansen.
any in hand here as Danny Jansen moves 3-0 to the good.
Fourth leg round to
And
through first. Game on.
Well, he's leaving his opponent in the tailwind. Not even had a double yet, has Rohan in this contest.
60.
Jansen well in control of this match.
85.
This, of course, if he
58.
wins this 4-0, will give him a healthy lead in leg difference upon the others.
54.
Is it 4-0? Will go one ahead of Graham Usher by way of legs difference in this group. And considering they meet in
33.
the final game of the day, it'd be interesting to see how important a metric that could well possibly be.
60.
I just wonder whether this game has just been the one where Rohan's just begun to hit a bit of a wall a
57.
little bit. He's been hit by haymakers game in, game out. And I just wonder whether the continual punches
42.
have just begun to just frazzle the mind a little bit.
60.
Yeah, he can't seem to find his targets very well in this match.
38. $60.
Just can't find a treble, can he?
58.
Well, Jansen leaves himself on 164.
46. Daniel Carr, 164.
Well, Jansen's not going to take out the 164. But look
41.
what Rohan's left on.
Daniel Carr, 127.
It's been these opportunities that he has been left with all day long. Is he going to finally find one of these big tub plus out?
111.
Double eight doesn't go.
Daniel Carr, 123.
What a great effort from Johan. But that's an even better effort. A 4-0 victory there by Danny Jansen. Magical outshot. Stats for the match. Danny Jansen, 74.22. Rohan Brouwers, 68.77. A rare game where you don't see any maximums. And coming up next, we have Dan Hand and Graham Usher.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've completed the first couple of rounds of fixtures on this Wednesday morning. Before the break, Danny Jansen made it 2 wins out of 2 of a 4-0 success against Rohan Brouwers. In fact, it was the first game of the week which didn't feature 180. Graham Usher's top of the group because of a 4-1 win against Tom Sykes in game number 5 of the session. And this is how that table looks. 16 points to the name of the gambler. And Tom Sykes actually has gone from top to 3rd in the table, and that is because Danny Jansen's superior legs difference, and that's something to look out for. Usher and Jansen play in the final round of fixtures against one another. So into our next one is a meeting between Dan Hands and Graham, who can temporarily open up a 4-point gap at the top of the table. Okay, the other 2 players would have to play in this round of fixtures against one another. So effectively, the match between Jansen and Sykes has the feel of a shootout about it. But Graham knows he wins this one. He is in a very, very good position.
Yes, indeed.
First leg down to through
The
first.
same pattern as yesterday. Won the first 3 of yesterday's matches.
125.
And unfortunately lost the last 2, but like I said, ran into Tom Sykes with that
100.
fantastic game between them with 105 plus average each. And there we have another maximum to add to the tally.
96.
Well, we got the 180 out the way within the game.
I think there's going to be more to follow.
86.
136 for Dan isn't going to be taken out, but he has got time to his aid. He's going to need the
52.
full quotation of 6 darts, but when he does return, he's going to have a look at E4. Could actually be just a bullseye for the position that he's in, and he may have to take out said bullseye because Usher's beginning a counter-attack.
Well, and he finds the double 11 to take out.
Second leg, Graham to through first. Game on.
And get the first match. First leg of the match.
60.
1 up. And that's not the first time that Dan's taken out that combination of treble 14, double 11. Found it off the back of the 1-2-1, which he had in his defeat to Richie Howson. His day began with a 4-2 win over Tom Sykes. As for Graham, well, he knew he needed a bit of a push today. He knew he needed to get off to a quick start, and that's exactly what he's done. Averages of 96 and 91 in his first couple of games, and he's beginning to find the radar here.
Well, maximum from Dan Hands there, followed by a 140. Graham Usher.
41. Danuka 161.
161 then for Dan. Can't be done this time.
137.
Leaves a magical finish of 24 when he returns. Should he return? Obviously this can go. And can it go? Tops required.
140. Danuka 24.
So close. Chance for Dan then. For a 2-0 lead. Takes out the 24.
Third leg down.
Well, that was a fist bump of respect for Graham Usher, but not one that he really wanted to oblige with, because his opponent, when he really could have done with a win here, Graham Usher, is averaging 107.36 after a couple of legs. 28 darts to see him through to the halfway point. Graham himself is averaging
60.
just a shade under 97 and has only been afforded the solitary dart at the outer ring.
96.
And to be fair, Dan found himself unlucky against Richie Howson. Average just over 96 in that particular contest. Took out that 1-2-1, as I say. has played to another level. Let's say averaging just under 107
82.
here. We knew how good he was, and he really is showing it on this Wednesday.
Yeah, absolutely. And
26.
it's a great debut for Dan Hans. Like you said, you wouldn't think it was
78.
his debut. He's looked so comfortable.
And dare I say already, I don't think it's going to be the only time we see him here. I reckon the way he's played
100.
so far has
Undercar
done enough for the
105.
selectors to justify him to come back again.
I totally agree.
Double top for 105.
Well, he'll be back for the tops.
48. Daniel
He'll take a 3-0 lead. 210s. It's right on the wire. Can he find it way through? He can't
20.
this time. But he will be back as well because Graham's not on a finish. So all he can do is pressurise.
Daniel Carr 20.
Leaves it very handy. Should Dan miss this double 10. That's awkward.
10. Graham Carr 40.
Couldn't find a way through, and so Usher is back for top. So bring it back
Make
to
sure the third
2-1
leg
and makes no
Graham
mistake. Not overly enamoured, but he'll be happy about the
Fourth
fact
leg
that
Graham
he's
to through
still
first.
just about in the
Game on.
contest. Well, talking about
100.
Dan and the possibility of him coming back again. One thing you do when you do qualify like Dan has for the ADT route is you
134.
put yourself in the shop window, and if you play well here the first time, you may get another opportunity.
100.
You may get an invite outright. I mean, Tom Sykes is probably the perfect example of somebody who came as a qualifier, and now he's not just a mainstay; he's one of the first names on the team sheet.
32.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you say, he's done himself proud this week.
100.
As Usher fires in yet another maximum. The first for Graham in this match, 2 for Dan.
60. Graham Carr 121. 38.
Well, that got off to a quick start, but Graham is just beginning to put his foot on the motor, and he's going to leave himself on 83, and he's going to get
43.
6
Graham Carr
starts to
83.
square this game up at 2-2. A match he had trailed 2-0 in because of the fast start of his opponent. But suddenly things have seesawed.
43. 43. Graham Carr 40.
Well, Dan doesn't leave himself a finish. The top's now 2 10s.
30.
Not to be found.
$85. Graham Carr
So
10.
2-5 to 2-2.
Getting shown the fourth leg.
mistake.
Graham Usher.
And we have a level game.
Fifth leg down to 31st. Game on. $140.
Great start from Dan Hans.
100.
And another maximum. It's his third of this match for Dan.
55.
Great leg.
Well, he went quiet for a couple of legs, but it's, well, I was going to say, it's fair to say the radar's back on for Dan as he
45.
falls one left into the single 5. Some running repairs for Graham. But a quick pit stop for the gambler. I suppose everything he does when on the ocky is seemingly fast.
60. Daniel Carr 136.
136 then. Not to be done this time.
78.
Leaves himself 58 when he returns.
45. Daniel Carr 58.
Double top.
38.
And it would be a win for Dan Hans. That would put everybody else to within a shout of winning this particular group.
66. Dan Ricard, 20.
Yes, a double 10. Now that second dart was awkward. Hard to find, and it's a good job he's got a bit of breathing space here.
65. Dan Ricard, 10.
We feel he must pin it this time. 2 5s.
5.
Can't find it. So opportunity now for Usher to nick this leg.
Well, this really would be a steal.
70. Daniel Carr,
but the Joker cannot play his Joker card. It's 2-2s for Hans now. Looking up towards the madhouse and finds the double one. And hallelujah, he finds himself back in front again.
6 Graham to throw
relief.
First. Game on.
Is the expression there. Arms aloft, as if to say, finally.
56.
Finally, it's happened to me, but for Graham Usher, he could be off the CC pedestal.
60. $85. 60. 41.
Well, a bit slow off the mark by both players here.
$140.
Dan fires in a 140 to rectify. And here comes Usher.
140.
Matches it.
Looks like we could be going to
81.
our first last leg decider of the day. Every single match so far going either 4-zip, 4-1, 4-2. It'd be the only scoreline we haven't seen so far
59.
in this session.
Unless
Dan Hans has got another big finish. Another one of them. Leads double top to win it in some style. And there's another twist to the tail. Because Dan Hans, who beat Tom Sykes in game 1, has beaten Graham Usher in game 7. And now this group really is open for interpretation once and for all. It's a free-for-all at the top. But Dan Hans is causing issues to everybody in his wake. A 4-2 victory, 0-160 checkout. Coming up after the break, a huge match for Richie Howson and Rohan Brouwers. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Dan Hans did it again. Another big win, this time against Graham Usher by a 4-2 scoreline. So at the halfway point of the day, Dan Hans is causing everybody problems. He beat Tom Sykes in game 1. He's now beaten Graham Usher. And the only player to beat him so far is the man about to throw in your picture now, Richie Howson, who takes on Rohan Brouwers. This is the middle match of the session. Actually, these are the bottom 2 players in the group going head-to-head, as incredible as it sounds, because Richie's defeat to Danny Jansen found himself behind the 8 ball, and now, because of what Dan Hans is doing, he finds himself 5th from bottom of the group. Now, if Richie wins this game, then he's guaranteed that he ain't going to finish bottom, nor guaranteed that Rohan will. But I just get the sense now that for Richie, he
100.
is gonna probably look at just playing himself into some form going into the Thursday and Friday group.
Yeah, he's not played his best this
60.
week. He openly admits that, and getting a little frustrated at times. Feels like his darts are going in slightly at an angle, and
100.
he's trying to rectify that as best he can. And as he was saying earlier, he's 1 minute they're there, they're all there, and they're all going well, and the next minute it all falls apart. So he's not found that consistency that he's actually so known for.
And the way the rest of the week
60.
looks, Group C, we'll see Jamie Kelling, Anthony Allen and Carl Wilkinson in action, whilst Group B, Carl Coleman, Paul Hogan and
64.
Jason Heaver will be with us. JKS Saturday night regular. Carl Wilkins actually had a decent run of it at the Lakeside back in December, and Anthony Allen has been a regular here and a regular across the WS circuit. And there's another maxi to the collection.
Yeah, the 120th of this week. That's amazing.
40.
It's an incredible total.
61.
Records are being smashed left, right and centre here. And Howson looking at 61 to take the opening leg. And it's going to be double top with plenty of time. He only needs a 115 darter. The Owl up and running.
Second leg, Rohan to throw first. Game on.
Super start by Howson for this match.
45. $96. 60.
How do you reckon Rohan's going to look back at the week so far, Trina?
I think
100.
well, we know he's enjoying it. So that's a major plus, isn't it? And we know that he's been taking out some wonderful
100.
shots, and at times has showed some brilliance. So I don't think he'll be too disappointed of how he's come here and performed. You know, he's done some great
126.
stuff and threatened some great players as well. So I think he'll be quite happy with how he's played. When you're a debutant, it's all getting used to it all and everything. And Dan Hand's a debutant as well, but seems to have taken it more in his stride than Brouwers. Both have played well at times.
101.
Haven't looked out of place whatsoever, and we kind of mentioned this morning, didn't we, that put them in another group, the outcome probably would be so different. But I suppose
59.
I'd say it's the way the
Richard
draw
Carr,
goes,
78.
but it's just the way that the calendar just merged together for the 6 of these. 74 left. Make that 32 left. Make
Game
that
show on the
nothing
second
left.
leg,
That's
Richie
back-to-back
Howson.
15 darters. Howson 2 up.
This is more like Richie.
Third leg,
This
Richie
is
to do first.
the darts
Game
that we
on.
know he can produce. 100% on his checkouts at the moment as well. 2 from 2.
100.
Been a really handy performance from Richie Howson.
100.
If he's to get into Group B, he's going to have to rely on one of Danny Jansen and Tom Sykes. Probably Tom Sykes, if the truth be told, because of the legs difference, to have a collapse befitting of the England cricket team
100.
towards the end of the day. In fact, this is a meeting of England against the Netherlands. That's the big football match, isn't it,
121.
later on this afternoon at the Women's European Championships?
Is that tonight?
5 o'clock.
Oh, crikey. I'm home tonight, so we'll be watching that. There might be
140.
fights in the house.
Maybe take the long route home and listen to it on the radio.
100. Richard Carr, 161.
Yeah, the Netherlands could knock England out of the tournament with a
65.
victory this evening.
Well, I hope that don't happen because I won't hear the last of it.
76. Richard Carr,
Driving back
96.
down tomorrow, even though you're not working.
Yeah, exactly.
96 a house, a double 18 for 3-0 lead.
60.
That would have been a third consecutive
Rohan
15
Yukar,
dart leg.
104.
Yeah, some great darts here by both players in this leg. Tries to find the treble 18, moves across the hockey.
63. Richard Carr, 36.
Find it. So, opportunity for Howson for a 3-0 lead. Double
Game show, the
18,
third leg,
and he
Richie
finds it.
Howson.
16 dart leg, that one.
Fourth leg, Rohan to through first. Game on.
Poor in comparison to the rest, but this has been a really good performance of Richie, averaging 98.02. And he's averaging those kind of numbers about
40.
seemingly breaking sweat, which could be a little bit ominous for the rest of the field for the rest of the day. Getting better.
180.
Another one to add to the tally. That record is getting closer and closer
58.
as each match continues. Just a reminder that the record is 133 for a Group A performance.
140.
Of 180s over the 3 days. We currently stand at 122. 22-1, sorry. 22 now.
You were correct.
I was right.
You anticipated it. That was what was happening. It's going to get absolutely decimated, that
100.
record, isn't it? We've still got half of the day to go.
So you only need 11 more to draw level.
Well, it doesn't look like there's going to be
57.
any more in this
Richie
game
Carr,
because Richie
81.
Howson whose average now has stepped just below the 105 mark, could get the game one of his best leg of the match. Doesn't have to chase the bullseye because Rohan isn't on a finish. So we'll probably look across for treble 10. That was exactly what he did. And when he returns, it's going to be double 16 to wrap it up. If he gets this within 2 darts, he's got a ton plus average.
32.
And a ton plus average it is. A great performance it is for Richie Howson. 101.9 the average in the end. A couple of 15 darters started it off. It was rounded off with a 13 for Rohan Brouwers. Well, he looks like a man that's been hit from pillar to post right now. But that is a superb performance from the Owl. Beginning to hit his stride as the group comes to a close. Coming up after the break, a huge match in the chase of Graham Usher as Tom Sykes takes on Danny Jansen.
$54. Charlie Maguire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's the moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gave wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Richie Howson with the best performance of the day so far. The first ton plus average of the day, 101.90 in a 4-0 win against Rohan Brouwers. Game number 9 is a meeting between Tom Sykes and Danny Jansen, and this is to keep abreast of Graham Usher at the top of the table. The winner of this will be on 60 points. In fact, Danny Jansen wins it, he will have control of the league table because of that defeat from the Gambler in his game a couple of matches ago to the hands of Dan Hands. But for Tom
Looks
Sykes,
like
he
Tom
may
to throw first.
well be able to use his get out of
Game
jail
on.
free card if he wins this game. But there's also an air of precariety about this game for Tom Sykes, because if he loses this game, and he loses it by a
140.
heavy margin, he'd actually find himself fourth in a Group C position, because he'd be overtaken by Richie Howson, who won
58.
that game heavily. He's now got his legs difference up to +1.
78.
We are all going very, very technical at these late stages.
100.
Yeah, this is where the brain goes into overdrive.
Yeah, trying to figure out all the permutations.
57.
But from a player's perspective, what's the fine line between
43.
knowing
what you need to do and overthinking what you need to do?
Well, it's exactly that. It is a fine line, and you know, sometimes it's best
180.
not to know too much, because it can put pressure on yourself, kind of thing. But you know, if you go out with the attitude that just saying,
130.
I need to win this 4-0, and then you put yourself safe. Double 16.
Finish on the first leg.
Double
Tom Sykes.
16. Tom finds, takes the first leg of the match.
Second leg, Danny to through first.
A
Game
15
on.
dart leg there by Tom. He'll be hoping to continue that form throughout this game.
46.
Well, Tom's lost his opening couple of games, and he lost his second match 4-1 to Graham Usher, despite hitting 4 180s in the contest. 1 from
99.
10 in doubles. In fact, so far today, he's missed 19 darts at the outer ring.
96.
Without making an obvious observation, but I am going to make an obvious observation, that has been his undoing.
54.
Yes, indeed. And we'll be looking to rectify that as quickly as possible.
140. 100.
And if he does end up in Group C, he'll be
59.
extremely disappointed, considering how he's played over the last 2 days.
There's still a possibility Tom Sykes will be playing in
100.
Group C, which is,
Daniel
at
Coward,
the beginning of the
60.
day, an inconceivable prospect. Jansen looking at the 160, finds a second treble, double top.
125. Tom Coward,
Just got a little bit
148.
excited with the last.
Yeah, a little bit of shoulder in that. But this could go.
134.
Not this time.
Daniel 35.
Chance now for Jansen to hold his throw, take out the 35.
Double 16.
3.
Well, that could be a huge opportunity miss. 3 darts to win the leg to level up, and Sykes
Getting shown
makes
the
no
second leg,
mistake
Tom
on the
Sykes.
double 7 to double his lead.
Yeah, 16
Third leg,
dart
Tom
leg
to throw
there
first.
from
Game
Tom.
on.
So better darts.
100. 60.
At times, he can play the game, Tom Sykes, with absolute intensity. Just look at the snarl on his
60.
face.
And although he only scored 60 there were 3 very good darts,
40.
all tightly close together, almost in the same hole in the board.
60.
He's always there or thereabouts is Tom Sykes. Off the hockey, the nicest, mildest mannered guy you'd ever
60.
wish to meet. Keeps himself to himself, and really, really nice fellow.
57.
His dad's a real character. We've seen him once or twice on a Saturday night here at the live lounge in his Castleford
40.
shirt. So a real example of somebody that's come from the ADC qualifying system and then has
85.
announced himself as a big name here at the Super Series.
Yeah, my brother-in-law, God bless him,
131. Tom
no
Coward,
longer with us.
139.
He was from Castleford, a massive Castleford Tiger fan. So if he was here, he'd be cheering him on.
Daniel Carr, 170.
Another. Oh, would have left the bullseye. Sykes back for 65 for free zip.
65.
And 58 required. Tops then for 3-0.
25. Daniel Carr, 75.
Well, a dart has been missed for a 3-leg lead. Is he going to be severely punished for it? Jansen, 75. To get one back to get himself on the board in this contest.
Game shot of the third leg.
Well, he's still in it. Sykes had a dart to go free clear. Sykes has half the gap back down to 2-1. You don't want to be on the wrong end of that stair, would you?
$27.
No, he's a big enough guy as it is, let alone the stair.
59. $69.
Castleford Tigers ground is actually probably one of my favourite named grounds in sport because
96.
of a recent sponsorship deal. It's now called the Menderhose Jungle.
Really?
Yep.
96.
Sponsorship, it works.
$135.
I think we had the MyDieselClaim.com World Cup of Darts once. Bit of a mouthful.
Indeed.
139. Daniel Carr, 170.
Well, the big fish not to go this time. Tom
95.
will get a shot at 72 for a 3-1 lead. So tops then. The lead, 3 legs to 1.
32. Daniel
You
Carr,
can't find
75.
it. So opportunity now for Jansen. Take out another 75. Can he find the tops again for a 75 checkout?
55. Daniel Carr, 40.
Not to be.
And so this is for 3-1. Mr. Dart for 3-0.
He's on the fourth
But he
leg,
now
Tom
finds
Sykes.
himself on the hill. Does Tom Sykes.
Fifth leg, Tom to throw first.
A 17 dart leg. And
Game on.
throwing for the match.
$95. $57. $97.
Well, picking off a treble a visit. It may just be enough at this present moment in time for Tom Sykes.
60. $40.
Well, not a great visit there from Tom.
$64.
Well, recovered well with the treble 18 there by Danny Jansen.
$59.
Bit of a slow leg, this one.
100.
Struggling to find the scoring power that we know both of these can produce. But here we go.
180.
Right on cue. Tom Sykes bangs in a 180 to leave himself 30.
Double
100.
50 to wrap up a 4-1 victory. And to put himself on the coattails of Graham Usher once again. Inside it goes. Jansen
22.
still has
Daniel
a
Carr,
chance. It's an
120.
outside chance, but an opportunity nonetheless. And he's found the treble for the 120. But because his dart stand up to attention, had to move across. Double top to save his skin.
80.
Not
Tom
to
Carr,
be.
8.
It's a double 4.
Getting shown the match, Tom
For
Sykes.
Tom Sykes, takes the match by 4 legs to 1. He'll be relieved to get over the line in that one after losing his first 2 matches of today. 84.03 for Tom and 77.34 for Danny Jansen. 2 maximums for Tom. And coming up after the break, we have Graham Usher and Richie Howson.
Double 10. And Scotland are off to the perfect start.
Look at the head there for Jimmy Vansky, and Burnett steps up. Richie Burnett does find double 10, and it is a 4-3 victory.
16 to complete a 4-1 success. Third time in the chart, and the Netherlands are into the semi-finals. History is in the making, because for the first time ever, there will be a pairs 9-dart shootout. Well, this is the loudest I think I've ever heard a live loud. Steve Brent is in race again. Well, that might well be the biggest cheer we see tonight. Well, that is absolutely incredible. Scott Campbell in a 9-dart shootout has found 2 180s. So Scotland and Belgium are into the semi-finals. The Republic of Ireland head for home. The Netherlands are into the final. Much to the delight of this packed-out Portland.
And he only needed one more. It is Wales that is through to the final.
And it's double Dutch delight. The Netherlands are the inaugural international pairs champions.
Only one winner. It's the Netherlands!
Well, it was fun last time, wasn't it? And we will be back for some more international pairage at the end of August. It kicks off on Saturday the 25th. It finishes on the 31st of August. So this is what is happening. This is the lineup so far. Denmark was confirmed last week. Even Springborg, Poulsen and Andreas Toft Jorgensen making it into the lineup. That is what we've seen well, we haven't seen them so far because it's actually not happened yet, but this is what we're going to see when it comes to international pairs 2 later on in August. This is what we have seen today, though. These are the 9 results from the matches so far. And before the break, we saw Tom Sykes get his first win of the day with a 4-1 victory against Danny Jansen. Richie Howson got the better of Rohan Brouwers by 4-0, and Dan Hand beat Graham Usher by 4-2. Usher takes on Howson, Jansen takes on Hands in the next round of games. And as you can see in terms of the table, well, Graham Usher and Tom Sykes look like they're going to be battling it out to the line. Danny Jansen missed a huge opportunity to put it up to the top of the table, and now will be looking precariously over his shoulder as to Richie Howson's progress from here on in. And matter of fact, when you look at the way the day ends for Danny Jansen, it doesn't get any easier for him. He takes on Graham Usher in his last game, and prior to that will take on Dan Hands. The next game is a meeting between Usher and Howson, and this is a big game that affects both the battles in terms of this league table. If Usher can win this, he'll be established the 2-point gap again at the top of the table that he lost courtesy of that defeat to Dan Hands last time out. Whereas if Richie Howson can pick up the 2 points in this one, he'll move on to 16. He will temporarily move up into 3rd position in the league table, and it would force Jansen to have a strong end to the day, and he's taken on 2 players that have already shown some blistering stuff. Dan Hands has pulled off a couple of big wins against the likes of Tom Sykes and Graham Usher, and Usher would be his opponent in the final match. So for Richie, well, it looked like actually a few moments ago that playing in Group B might be a difficult task, but that win last time out, the way results have kind of correlated for him. Okay, a lot of things have got to happen and results have got to go his way, but he's still in with a shout, Trina, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And
43.
You say his last game was the best he's played so far.
60.
So we'll be looking to carry that on through in this match.
$100. 66.
No, that's unlucky there. Takes a big deflection. His 3rd dart and follows his 1st dart into the treble 1.
140.
Well, last time out, Richie Howson put in the performance of the day, 101.90, 4th and 6th in his doubles, a couple of 180s, and a 4-0 dismantling of Rohan Brouwers, so he didn't even allow a dart at a double in that particular game.
80.
Howson first to finish, leaving himself on 138 after just a dozen darts.
Richie O'Carr, 138.
Not to be this time. So hoping to leave it
98.
handy, as he does,
97.
leaves himself tops. Usher now on 97. Treble 18 required.
57.
Leaves himself tops
Richard
as well.
40.
So, for a breaker throw, 2 10s. Finds it with his second dart and does indeed move ahead and breaks the throw. 17 dart leg there.
Game on.
And now we'll be looking to hold.
We'll look to kick on, and could there be another twist in a group
97.
which, just when you think something is becoming heir apparent, the absolute opposite happens. At the beginning of the day, Tom Sykes was the heavy favourite of the bookies. He lost his first couple. Graham Usher looked like he was in control of the group. He then lost to Dan Hands and now finds himself behind against Richie Howson.
140.
Well, I thought that was going to be another one added to the tally, the 180 tally. Currently
60.
stands at 124. The record being 133, so we're not far off.
6 to go. 10 180s required.
100.
And at the rate that they're going at, you would not be surprised to not just see it beat, but to be absolutely decimated. So Richie looking at 164 then for a 2-0 lead. 6 darts from here. Can't be done now. Not
10.
Well, we said we needed 10 today. I didn't mean 10 in that respect.
Perhaps he misunderstood you.
100.
Often
Richard
misunderstood.
Carr 154.
So 154. Not to be this time.
82.
Finds a treble 14
Richard Carr
though.
156.
And this won't go this time either. So
100.
a chance for
Richard Carr,
Howson
72.
to increase his lead.
52 left. It's double 16 left. It's to 2-0.
40.
It's not there. And so Usher has an opportunity to equalise this matchup. It's double top for the gambler. It's double topless there. And we have a double game at 1 apiece.
Yeah, he hasn't been missing that tops, has he, at all?
Third leg Graham to through
today.
first. Game on.
Every time he leaves tops, you feel he's going to get it.
100.
And then he starts off with a maximum.
Well, 9 more to go. Well, 9 has actually been the
125.
magic number this week, particularly for Danny Jansen, who got 9 darts to number 19 here
100.
at the Modus Super Series. Now, all of them have come in Modus Super Series play. We've never had one in a specials week yet. And we've not had one on a Saturday
55.
night yet. Our next specials week is
41.
the Rising Stars week. And if one's hit there, I think the internet could explode.
Yeah, I totally agree. That would be amazing, wouldn't it? And it's not unlikely some super
140.
talent playing that week.
Oh, we saw
40.
Charlie Manby, didn't we, a couple of weeks ago, play here and put in some ridiculously good numbers. Was mightily unlucky not to win the week. It was only a 306-point burst and 6 darts from Adam Gavlas that stopped him. That'll
60.
be
Graham Carr
the
140.
the second international pairs week. And then we'll play the next series all the way through. There's not going to be a
40.
break in the
Richard
middle of the
Carr,
series for
121.
specials week. So we'll play the 13 weeks straight, and then the Global Championship will bring the curtain down on 2025.
85. Graham Carr 100.
If he hits a treble 20, you're going to fancy him for this.
90.
Well,
Richard Carr 36.
that was unexpected. So double 18 for Howson. He used the barrel of the dart, wrong side of it, but finds it with his
Game on
third.
the third leg, Richie Howson.
Sneaks it in.
Fourth leg,
Breaker
Richie
throw
to through
again.
first. Game on.
and leads by 2 legs to 1.
Just beginning to get the sense that Graham's getting a little bit frustrated out there now. Things aren't going his way, and that shake of the head is just beginning to become apparent.
$85. $100.
Well, Richie's
60.
found a burst of energy from somewhere, hasn't he? He's just found something after a couple of days which have been a little bit trying and challenging, but you look at the numbers he's punched in. 96, 91, 101 the average is so far today.
100.
This is world-class consistency from Richie.
Yeah, and this is what we expect of him, to be fair. You know, he's playing some great darts.
100.
And the seniors as well. Remembering that only a couple of weeks back that he was runner-up in the seniors champions of champions.
80.
Bit unlucky there.
$60. Richie Carr, 164.
So 164 and 6 darts for a 2-leg gap in this match.
$60.
Well, if he hits a 180 here, that's really put the pressure on.
Richie Carr, 104.
Double 16 for a 104 outshot. Oh, yes.
Richie Howson.
In 3 darts, 104.
Fifth
Check
leg,
out.
through first. Game on.
To lead the match by 3 legs to 1. And you feel that had to go there with Usher
100.
hitting a maximum to leave himself on double 8.
There was a real concern look on Graham's face, wasn't there? And you can understand why there's reason for concern for him. 3-1 down, and just when it looked like maybe he had
85.
wrestled the tide back in his favour in terms of this group, it could be back-to-back defeats, which then opens up the door
100.
for the likes of Tom Sykes, who takes on Rohan Brouwers, who is just beginning to hit the wall a little bit. Danny Jansen also in contention, but he's going to have to be perfect from
81.
this point onwards. As a matter of fact, it's not out of
100.
the reckoning that Richie House could actually win this group.
That's the bizarre thing about it, isn't it? It's like all depending on what
41.
other people do, obviously, as well. And yet he could, being sat in between 4 and 5
100.
most of the week, he could end up winning it.
There's actually, I'm just trying to whirl my brain around this.
I can hear it ticking.
84.
There's not much there either.
101.
Well, we'll have a chat about it in the next leg, because it looks like Gush is going to take
Game
out a
short of
101. He
fifth
is going to
leg,
take out a
Graham
101 to bring the gap back down to 3-2. That's his
6 leg Richie
first
to throw
free
first.
figure out of
Game
the
on.
day. Howson forced to serve it out. Now, just going through the fixtures here. Howson wins this, he goes on to 16. Hand beats Jansen, he
60.
moves on to 14, keeps Jansen on 14. Brouwers
60.
beats Sykes. Sykes stays on 16. Brouwers moves on to 8. Jansen beats Usher. Jansen will be on 16. Usher will be on 16. Which would mean the winner of the game
60.
between Sykes and Howson would be on 18 points, and it would be a shootout for the group. As a matter of fact, you could
58.
have a situation where you could have 5 players... Sorry, the winner of the group on 18 points, and then second to fifth all on 16 points in the group.
140.
I'll take your word for it, Henry.
And that's as much as the brain matter can work out today.
Well, it's far more better than mine.
140. $100.
Howson leaves himself on 141.
100. Richie Carr 141.
So treble 20 is the target. Not to be this time. So Usher with a chance to level the match
105.
if he takes out the 143.
143.
Had the 101 on the previous leg. Is he going to add the 143 to the collection?
111.
The width of a wire with double 16 says
Carr,
no.
36.
So close. So close. So now Howson, double 18 for the match. And he finds it with his first start. Takes the victory. A 4-2 result for Howson. Averages there, Graham Usher 89.02, Richie Howson 83.76. 2 maximums for Usher. And as we come after the break, we have Danny Jansen and Dan Hans.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
What a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where it is win number 4 of the day for Richie Howson, having got the better of Graham Usher by 4 legs to 2 in that particular match. Our 11th game of the day is a meeting between Dan Hans and Danny Jansen. For Danny, he's looking to move himself onto 16 points, and he'd actually leapfrog himself to the top of the table if he wins this particular game
First leg, Danny
against
to
Dan
through
Hans
first.
because of his superior legs difference. So anything could possibly happen in this particular group at this particular moment in time. Dan Hans is one of 2 players now that cannot win the group because he can get on to
100.
16, but because Sykes and Howson play in game 14, one of them physically has to be on 18 points in the group.
140.
I'm sure Dan, though, will take some positives from
55.
this week so far.
He must think if he plays like this in Group C, well, we're assuming he's going to be in Group C. Could maybe sneak in, but a lot of things are going to have to go his way.
96.
But he'll feel like in his secondary group this week, if he plays like he has done at times in Group A, he is going to give himself every chance.
Absolutely.
140.
Yeah, and like you say, he'll be going in full of confidence.
95. Daniel Carr, 121.
Off to a strong start here. But these two
42.
strengths and weaknesses could converge here because Dan's been a power scorer, but sometimes the finish has just been a little bit off. It's taken Danny maybe a little bit longer to get to finishes, but when he's had a chance to take a leg out, he has been able to oblige.
54.
Well, just wires the bullseye, giving Jansen the opportunity to take out this 77. So double 10. 2 5s.
72. Daniel Carr, 25.
Way off. So 25 now. 2 12s.
19. Daniel Carr, 5.
We're inside on the double 6. So Jansen looking at 5. Looking for the opening leg. Looking at double 2.
1.
Does not get clips the
Daniel
wire.
Carr, 6.
It's getting closer.
No score. Daniel Carr, 4.
2 on the wire. So opportunity goes begging. Double 2 required. Double 2 hit by Danny Jansen. Takes the first leg of the match.
Game on.
Finds himself a leg to the good. And well, we did say that these two strengths and weaknesses could converge, and that happened exactly
83.
there in that first leg.
Yeah, Dan Hans would be disappointed not to have broken the throw there of
81.
Danny Jansen. Had his opportunities. Couldn't convert.
Now we are closing in
60.
on that 180 record, and interestingly, just having a look at some of the all-time 180 record hitting groups.
100.
The 133 180 group was Series 8 Champions Week, which featured Tom Sykes, who had 28 180s. He was only gazumped by 1, and that player who hit more 180s than him, Connor Scott.
100.
In fact, of the top 6 groups which have involved 180s, Sykes has been involved in 3 of them. In fact, the last time Sykes and Usher played together, they played in the last series of one another.
30.
No, they haven't. Ignore what I just said.
Daniel Carr,
That's this
58.
week.
Your mind's getting
Second
frazzled.
leg, Dan Hans.
Look at that. A nice 180 before
Third
from
leg,
Dan
Danny to
Hans,
through
and
first. Game on.
pins the double 19 to level the match.
Just have a look at some of the other series in the 180 stats. For that, 131, which was probably one of the
58.
best weeks ever, Series 4, Week 8. 39 180s in Group A for Luke Littler. Andy Bartons, who at the
82.
time was the reigning WDF World Champion, hit 30. Series 4 Champions Week, 128. 31 for Reese Robinson.
100.
30 for Steve West. And Series 7 Champions Week was a good one as well. 119 180s. Bo Greaves had 31
43.
maxis. Bradley Brooks, 36.
Fantastic stats there.
140.
Really interesting to compare, isn't it?
59.
Knowing the permutations.
91. $70. Daniel Carr, 112.
So 112. 12 for tops. For 112 finish.
92.
Not to be this time. He will be back.
85. Daniel Carr, 20.
Jansen looking at 20, looking at two
Gains on the
10s, and
third
it is
leg,
a
Johnny
2-1
Jansen.
lead for the Mullet.
Fourth leg's down to through
Yeah,
first.
16 dart
Game
leg
on.
there. Danny Jansen.
$140.
I can just imagine Danny Jansen being one of those characters in a 1970s film.
30.
I don't know, a la Grease or something like that. Riding on a motorcycle, just looking very cool.
81.
Leather jacket, the whole hog.
I reckon something like Roadhouse with Patrick Swayze in.
Ooh.
100.
You know? That kind of thing.
140. $58. Daniel Carr, 140.
So 140 for Hans. Finds the first treble. Finds the second. Double 10 coming.
Game shown the fourth leg down.
And he gets it. Another big outshot for Danny Hans.
Fifth leg
Takes
down
out the
to third first.
140.
Game
And
on.
levels the match up. 2 apiece.
121, 160, 140. Not just is he hitting more ton plus checkouts than anybody else, he's hitting bigger ton plus outs than anybody else.
177.
But is Danny Jansen going to hit him hard back?
60. $95. $60. $81.
Covers well with the treble 18 there. Leaves himself 148.
27. Daniel Carr, 148.
For 3-2, and he's got plenty of time to put himself to within a win that would put him to the top of the table.
60.
Now, that could change depending, of course, on what happens in the game between Rohan Brouwers and Tom Sykes.
44. Daniel
Tom will
Carr,
go off a
88.
hefty favourite to win that particular game. But Danny can only try and do his job right now.
64.
Misses a double 12 there, but he has got plenty of time to wrap this leg up.
$60. Daniel Carr, 24.
Double 12 then.
Gain shown the
Double
fifth
12
leg,
he
Danny
finds.
Jansen.
Been kind to him this week, that double. Of course, that was the double
Six
that
leg
he hit.
under through first. Game on.
Hitting his 9 dart finish on Monday.
Celebration slightly more muted in comparison to that one.
100.
Do you mean from him or from me?
Both.
$45. $140.
And there's another maximum. 1 apiece in this match. Oh, I was wrong. Just proving me wrong. Dan Hans has to put another one in.
5 away. 5 away from the
100.
record.
Daniel Carr, 81.
Potential 11 darter here to take us all the way from Dan Hans amidst the 180 flurry. He's going to leave himself on a
41.
double after a dozen darts. Some response. And finding himself up and against the hill.
92. Daniel Carr, 40.
To top then.
Game
To
shown the
take us
sixth leg,
all
Dan
the
Hans.
way. 3-3.
Seventh
Jansen
final leg, Johnny,
has
to
the
through
darts.
first. Game on.
That is the first game, or this is the first game today to go to a 4-3 scoreline.
56.
And a smattering of 4-2 scorelines, but we haven't seen one go the distance on Wednesday.
59.
On Monday, we had the first 2 matches go 4-3. And then it was kind of like evenly spaced
98.
out along the day. All sorts of results.
80. 96.
Current averages in this match at the moment, it's Danny
58.
Jansen 82.55 and Dan Hans 84.39.
80.
Well, that was a bit of a dangler, wasn't it? Came in, dropped back out again, and was just left hanging by a thread.
60.
Yeah, made the difference of him leaving himself a finish as well.
55.
The one saving grace is the fact that Dan Hans hasn't scored as well in this leg as he has done all match up until that point. So it was half rendered irrelevant, but he'd like that extra dart back now. 116 for Jansen, and Hans is on his coattails. Channel 19 gives him a dart at tops, not to Beard, so Dan is back for the match.
92. Danica 104.
Well, this has to go. Finds a treble 18.
72.
Just wires a
Daniel
double
Carr,
16
24.
for the match. So opportunity for now for Danny Jansen to take out double 12, which has favoured him this week for the match.
Double 6.
Danny
Danny Jansen with a look of relief returns to the top of the pile. Dan Hans with a little bit of frustration there because he knows that's possibly a game which passed him by. For the mullet, he's still in it, but he's going to have to rely on a lot of things going his way until the end of the day, and that'll include the game coming up next as Tom Sykes takes on Rohan Brouwers. He's going to need Rohan to provide an upset.
Charlie McGuire 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6 double 7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've got a really tight Group A on our hands. As you can see, 4 players tied on 16 points at the summit. Tom Sykes still yet to play his 4th round match against Rohan Brouwers at the bottom of the pile. If he wins, he'll move 2 clear with 1 game left to go. But if he loses it, then everybody in that top 4 will stand a chance of making it into Saturday night's final. Now, Danny Jansen actually began the last game in 4th position, but a 4-3 win against Dan Hands means that he's the player at the summit and he is the player to catch. Now, he will take on Graham Usher in game 13. Sykes will take on Howson in game 4. So actually, the 4 players that are fighting for this Group A are actually playing each other in the final round of fixtures. Just to add another twist to the tale, it has been an absorbing day of darts here on the South Coast. And the 10-time world champion, Trina Gulliver, has been alongside me in commentary to talk all about it. And I'll be honest, I don't really know where to start as far as today's concerned. There's been drama pretty much from the first start when Tom Sykes lost to Dan Hands.
Yeah, absolutely.
First leg, Ryan, to
you know,
first.
this is
Game
the
on.
match that yesterday caused Tom Sykes a problem where he was defeated by Rohan Brouwers 4 legs to 3.
85.
Brouwers taking out 2 big finishes, 147 and a 136. So
100.
Tom will be looking to get his own back. However, he'll be well aware of what Brouwers can do.
43.
Well, for Rohan, I suppose in some respects, he's got the easiest situation as Tom Sykes piles in another one.
180.
Where are we at now?
130.
3 off tying, 4 off breaking.
45.
Brian's in that situation where, because he knows exactly what's the case now, and he knows he's going to be playing Group C, he knows he's going to be finishing bottom,
100.
he can reset. And these games are pretty much bona fide bonuses for him, really.
43. Tom Nicole,
Yeah,
121.
he'll use them as kind of like a practice session. So treble 20 is the target, not to be found this time.
105.
But does leave himself 16 when he returns.
Well, there is a problem for Rohan,
45.
and that
Tom
is he's
Nicole,
only
16.
won 1 leg so far today. Picked up 1 in that 4-1 loss to Graham Usher. He's just beginning to get outplayed
12.
on a bit more of a regular basis, and I just wonder whether psychologically he's just been dealt with 1 kick too many.
121. Tom Nicole, 4.
Double 2 then for
Getting shot at
Sykes.
first leg, Tom Sykes.
As he takes it out with his first dart and leads the match by
Second leg, Tom
1
to
leg
through
to 0.
first.
Break a throw there. 16 dart
Game
leg.
on.
You could tell in terms of his body language, he knows that he's not had a good day, but yet
140.
he's still got an opportunity, and now he knows he has to click into gear and not let this chance slip.
Yeah, absolutely. There's another side
95.
to the coin here as well, although he was defeated by Brouwers yesterday. He will also
140.
expect to beat Rohan today, going on his performance of today. So it would be in at the bottom of the table.
60.
Sometimes that can come back to bite you. When you expect to win, your guard
57.
can go down a little bit, and you tend to just go through the motions sometimes.
Well, at this present moment in time, you have to say
164.
Tom is doing a very professional job, going about his business very efficiently. Average
64.
round about the ton mark. Just drops down to 96 following that previous turn, but he's on a 2-darter after 12. Free figure out, but a 2-darter.
Tom car 100.
Yeah, 60 the target. He'll stay there. So big
60.
20 to
Rohan
leave
car
himself
130.
tops. Needs a treble 20 for the bullseye.
105. Tom
And
car
that's a
40.
big finishing that he's been so good at on occasions.
Getting shot on the second leg.
Sykes takes out tops to lead by 2 legs to 0.
Third leg Rohan to through
Problem is,
first.
those have
Game
been
on.
the chances that he's been reduced to, hasn't it? For Rohan, he's needed to take out visits like that just to keep himself competitive in the match.
96.
Yeah, absolutely. But when they appear, he's got to be confident in going for them as well, because he has been hitting them, and the opponent's got to be a bit worried as well, because they know he's been hitting it as well. So
41.
Well, I think Tom Sykes is earned a reputation fitting enough now to become a player that is
99.
feared, become a player that when you come up against in this particular arena, that you know things ain't going to be easy, and you know that you're going to have to play to your utmost best
43.
to just stand a chance. And he's just beginning
84.
to hit the levels that we saw from him on a regular basis yesterday.
$84. $98.
that's a good last start there. Moves slightly across the hockey to open up the bed and finds the treble 20.
$35. Tom car 80.
Brewers has had a few bounce outs over the week. Tom now 20, 4 tops for a 3-0 lead.
40.
Could be, if he hits this first dart, a third consecutive 16-dart leg for Tom
100.
Sykes.
Tom car 40.
Well, there goes that trend. Double 5.
Game
Goes
shot on the
last
third leg.
dart.
Tom Sykes.
Tom Sykes gets the double break and a 3-0 lead.
Fourth leg Tom to through first. Game on.
Well, an 18-dart leg there. Average for Tom at the moment, 90.18. Excuse me.
93.
Thought you went all Yorkshire for a second. I know he is from Castleford.
Oh, if that's my Yorkshire accent, oh, shoot me.
But put it this way, you haven't heard some of my accents.
60.
And no, I'm not doing them on TV.
$55.
You know what it's like, Henry. You get a frog in your throat at
66.
the wrong time, don't you?
Yes, yes.
Or you sneeze at the wrong time.
Yes, I had the sneeze last week. And sometimes I'm partial to a
111.
little voice crack or two. But that was a cracking visit for Tom Sykes. 180 number 2. And that
131 is the total.
140.
we are 2 away from equaling, 3 away from breaking. But most importantly here for Tom Sykes, he is
86.
bang on the cusp of winning this game and winning it 4-0. Not just will it be big in terms of the points return, but it's huge in terms of the legs difference as well.
35. Tom car 87.
So this when it doesn't have to chase the bullseye, so goes across for the treble 18 to leave himself double 8.
55.
When he does return, he's going to come back and he's going to have a look at double 16.
Yeah, Sykes well in control
59.
here.
Tony Carr 32.
Double 16 for the match.
Game
For a
showing match,
4-0 victory. Them legs difference will come in handy. 4-0 to Tom Sykes over Rowan Brewers. 75.50 for Brewers and 89.73 for Tom Sykes. 2 maximums there. And then coming after the break, we have Danny Jansen and Graham Usher.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're about to head to the final round of fixtures on this Wednesday afternoon. Before the break, Tom Sykes returned to the summit of the Group A table with a 4-0 win against Rohan Brouwers, but it's a very, very tight chase to the line with some very intriguing fixtures come. Jansen, Usher, Sykes, Howson in this round of games, and those games are important because of how the table looks right now. Tom Sykes at the top of it, 18 points to his name. If he wins his last match, he will go through. Loses it, then Danny Jansen, if he gets the better of Graham Usher, would definitely be through. Graham Usher could be through. And for Richie Howson, just having a look at how things pan out for him, he could go through, but there's going to be a lot of things that are going to have to go his way for that to happen. But we're going to kick off with Usher and Jansen in this final round of games. For Danny, a victory in this one would put him on to 18 points, and it would mean that Tom Sykes would be forced to win his last match against Richie Howson, because a win for Danny would mean that in terms of the legs difference, even if it's 4-3, he'd have a leg better off in that particular metric over Sykes.
First
so
leg,
that's
Danny
the
through first.
Tail of the tape as we
Game on.
Go into the final round of games. Jansen to get us underway, and a 4-horse fight for one spot through to Saturday night.
45.
Well, Usher makes that 180 number.
132.
This would be 180 number.
140.
Oh, hang on. Imagine if it was done with a 9.
That would be greedy.
100.
I'll tell you what,
Brilliant.
Let's wait till the next leg. And the first 2 visits back-to-back 9s. So we equal it and break it with the 9-dart attempt.
85.
Yeah, we're just 180 away from equaling the record of 133.
140.
Well, Graham Usher's off to an incredibly quick start. 81 left after just 9 darts.
85. Glenn McCart, 81. $33. Daniel Carr, 146.
146 for Jansen. Isn't going to be taken. So Usher returning for 48
81. Glenn Carr, 48.
Get an early breaker throw in this game. It's double top. It's 14
Graham
darter.
Usher.
It's an impactful start from the gambler.
Yeah, super leg of darts there.
Game on.
Graham Usher.
134.
Starts off well as well in this leg.
58.
That, of course, that first leg was a breaker throw as well.
140. $58.
Well, Danny is having a bit of an off game, and by the opposite equation, Graham Usher is
78.
really getting out the traps well here. 14 dart from the first leg. He's left himself on a finish after 9 in the second, and it's
60. Glenn McCart,
even at this early
149.
stage, seemingly a long way back for Danny Jansen.
$89.
Leaves himself 60 when he returns.
140. Glenn McCart,
Very
60.
nearly.
And so, double 10 for
40.
2-zip, and Danny's not on the scene to pounce upon them missed opportunities.
26. Glenn McCart, 20.
Double 10 then for Usher.
Game
Takes
shot
it with
the
his
second
first
leg, Graham
dart
Usher.
and moves ahead 2 legs to nil.
Third leg, Danny to through first. Game on.
Graham averaging 100.20 at the moment. 2 from
60.
5.
$58. $100. $100. $96.
It's just not quite happening at this present moment in time for Danny Jansen. He's picking off the odd treble here and there, but the
94.
sheer relentlessness of the power scoring from Graham Usher has meant that so far it's been ineffective.
96.
Well, he does leave himself on a finish. And there is the 133rd
149.
maximum of this week, which records
40. Graham car 69.
level pegging for the record. So one more, we'll break the record. Tops
Game
required,
shot like Graham
tops
Usher.
found by Usher. Leads by 3 legs to 0.
Fourth leg Graham to through first.
45
Game
darts
on.
to take into that point. 14, 16, 15, 100.2 the average, and now to win a leg of moving himself on to 18
81.
points. Dismissing the chances of Danny Jansen in terms of winning this Group A, and to put a huge dent as
60.
well into his legs difference. If he does lose this game by 4 legs to 0, then Howson would
85.
have to win his game against Tom Sykes to deny him a spot in Group B. But hang on a second, that is a record-breaking max, the 134th of the group, and that is an all-time
45.
record.
I think they've just realised. I think they heard you, Henry.
131.
To be fair, I got the rat the other day for the 9 darter.
You did. That was me.
62. Danica 130.
Does he go for the ball? Yes, he does, but he
105.
doesn't get.
$92. Danica 25.
For 25 then for Danny. 2 12s. And he
He's on
finds
the
it.
fourth leg,
Gets
Johnny
the leg on the
Jansen.
board. A bit of a reprieve.
Fifth leg Johnny to through first. Game on.
Trails by 3 legs to 1.
Well, has the darts to bring it back to 3-2, and all of a sudden
134.
change the trajectory of the contest. But Usher utterly determined,
140.
knowing that he has an opportunity to really put himself close to the line.
57.
It would force the issue of Tom Sykes in the next game. Now, also, actually, by losing that leg,
140.
of course, there is a situation where
100.
legs difference would come into play. In fact, that's the way Graham Usher has to win the group. So by losing that leg, it means that his room for the manoeuvre
96.
is just a little bit less. Now, he's left himself on a finish, but how handy can Jansen set it up here?
135.
enough.
Danica 125.
60 and tops then. Not to be this time. So chance for Jansen to
65.
get
Danica
another
75.
leg on the board. Tops then.
55. Danica 60.
Well, this is Graham's chance to deny Danny.
40.
The
Danica
gambler
20.
has rolled the dice, and he hasn't come up trumps.
Yes, so 2 10s for Danny. That's an awkward dart. He's covering the bed. He's having to move right across the hockey to find a way through.
No score. Danica 20.
To end it, 5-5.
10.
Does not
Daniel
go. He's
Carr,
missed
20.
a multitude of opportunities now as Graham Usher. Jansen returns for 10s.
Game shown
And
the fifth
keeps
leg, Johnny
himself
Jansen.
just about in this contest.
6 leg Graham to through first. Game on.
Yeah, Usher throw in for the match here.
90. 57. 100.
Well, this is a leg that Jansen must win
96.
to take it to a deciding leg, one of which we haven't
100.
had many today.
No, just the one so far, which Danny actually did win against Dan Hands in his previous match.
100.
An opportunity really that Danny shouldn't be getting because Graham missed a number of match darts in the previous
90.
leg.
Yeah, Usher leaving himself 1-2-1.
82. Graham Coward and 21.
Finds treble 17. Finds
showing
the
the match,
bullseye
Graham
for a
Usher.
1-2-1 out shot. Brilliant shot there from Graham Usher. 4-2 victory over Danny Jansen. Danny Jansen an 83.57. Graham Usher 92.26. 3 180s between them. And of course we beat the record. 133 was the record. We have a 134. Coming up next, Tom Sykes, Richie Howson.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! his game against Tom Sykes to deny him a spot in Group B. But hang on a second, that is a record-breaking max, the 134th of the group, and that is an all-time record. So that is 180 number 134 as highlighted on that graphic there. Tom Sykes responsible for 34 of them, Graham Usher 29. Tom was also involved in the previous record-breaking 180 group. That was the Series 8 Champions Week, where he got one less than Connor Scott in that particular week. But, well, you can see how good a week it was, because actually of the top 6 weeks in terms of numbers, or the top 5, because 119 is joint, 4 of them are Champions Weeks. That's how good this week has been to amass the type of numbers that we have. So that might be how the performances have been in terms of the 180s, but we're still no closer to deciding who's going to win this group, although we will know by the end of this game. So Graham Usher moves on to 18 points, and basically the permutations are quite simple. Tom Sykes loses this one to Richie Howson, then he will not win the group because he'll be on +9. Legs Dimsey with a 4-3 defeat, and Graham Usher has one more legs than the Castleford Tiger. So effectively, it is a knockout game for Sykes in this one against Richie Howson, who has been the player of the day so far. 3 averages at least in excess of 90, including one of 101.9 against Rohan Brouwers. This is quite possibly, on the basis of today's form line, the worst possible game that Tom could have right now. Now, there is a vested interest too for Danny Jansen, because if he was to see Richie Howson win this game, then he'd be bumped back into Group C on Thursday and Friday afternoon. Although Danny has got a good record of getting out of Group C's in his previous attempts here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, but he would enjoy a Thursday night under the lights and late night darting action. Tom Sykes doesn't want to be here for the next couple of days. Doesn't want to be here at all. He wants the choice of, do I stay in Portsmouth? Do I go back to Castleford? What do I do? Do I go down the beach? Do I have an ice cream? Do I go on a day trip? Do I just laze in bed? Oh, the luxuries.
Well, he's got to get the job done first and see how 96. He fares. Like you say, Henry, Richie Howson has been 85. The player of the day so far. Four out of 4, I believe, today.
58.
Yeah, it's been such an improved performance from Richie Howson on this Wednesday. I think he was the first to admit the first 2 days really didn't quite go to plan for him, 60. But has managed to rediscover the form, which got him only a couple of weeks ago to the Champion of Champions final here in Portsmouth, where he
57.
Lost out by 8 legs to 5 to Ross Montgomery to lose out on that particular title.
He was defending that title, of course.
100. Tony Carr, 150.
But not to be for him. 150 now for Sykes.
56. Richie Carr, 156.
It's a good first start. Needs another one. Finds another one. Double 18 for the first leg.
120.
Just on the wire.
Tony Carr, 94.
Double top.
Getting shown the first leg,
and Sykes is on top in more ways than one. On top in this match.
First.
And a win would mean he'd be on top of the group and unassailable.
$60. $58.
To give credit to Tom here, because he lost his first couple of games and it could have been so easy for things to have fallen apart as a as a consequence of it. But actually, his recovery to the desperate situation he found himself in
96.
following the first couple of rounds of games actually has to be commended somewhat.
Absolutely, yeah. It's you know, if you lose a couple and your guard can go down and
100.
you know, it can deflate you. But fair play to him. He's come out kicking and screaming. He's putting some good performances and another maximum there.
180.
Just to add to the record-breaking total.
To extend the lead to an unassailable position, possibly.
Tony Carr, 167.
Bullseye.
142.
So close.
He's in the groove now, isn't he? First leg was a little bit in and out, but he's just found his stride, and Richie
95.
Howson at the
Tony
moment
Carr,
has got
25.
nothing to say by way of response to it. So 2 8s for
Yeah,
2
he's on the
zip,
second
and
leg,
that
Tom
is a
Sykes.
14 darter for Tom Sykes.
Third leg, Tom to through first. Game on.
Yeah, good confident display here by Tom Sykes.
42.
Well, we mentioned how this group's littered 1-8. I'm just having a look at the lineup for Champions Week and who possibly could be in Group A. Now, Shane McGurk can't not be in Group
60.
A unless he decides, oh, I can't be bothered to play Group A. Jimmy Van Schie is pretty much guaranteed Group A. And then you got the likes of Scott Taylor potentially in there. If Tom Sykes won this week and got into Group A, if you put them four in a group, you could possibly have that record be threatened again.
60.
Scott Taylor's got a very good chance. John O'Shea's got a very good chance of getting in Group A. All power scorers.
135. $59. Tom Carr, 144.
144 then for Sykes. Here's another one of them. Double 12. What a shot.
Gain shown the
A
third leg, Tom
144 check out by Tom Sykes.
Fourth leg, Richie to
And
through
that
first.
takes him into a
Game on.
3-0 lead. Averaging at the moment 104.86 and 83.27 for
140.
Howson. Super darts here by the Castleford Tiger.
100.
He's a leg away. He is a leg away from yet another Saturday, and it would mean that in his illustrious Super Series career, it would be 6 and 7, and it'd be 6 in a row because the only time he didn't qualify was in his debut appearance here
140.
on the South Coast. He's closing in. But in this leg, Howson has
100.
had a little bit of a counter-attack.
$45. $57.
Well, 140 here from Howson would be very handy. Decides to go for the
136.
16 to leave himself tops.
Is it a stay of execution or is it the beginning of a bigger charge for
94. Richie Carl,
Richie
40.
Howson? Double 10. And now chasing fives. Inside.
35.
And this
Tom Carr, 150.
would be some way to seal the deal for Tom Sykes, but he's not going to do it for 150.
56.
No, he's just
Richie
exhausted
Carl,
himself,
5.
I think, with that 144, Henry. 5 then for Howson. Double 2.
3. Tom
Just
Carr,
on the
94.
inside.
Be disappointed because he had such a good guide, but now it's all on Tom Sykes for the group. He's not going to get a dart now,
54.
but if
Richie Carr,
Howson
2.
misses double 1, he will. The angle is so awkward, and
Your
that's
score, Tom Leclerc, 40.
demonstrative as to why. And so Tom Sykes is going to get 3 darts in his hand to win the group. The Castleford Tiger roars and rules. It's Tom Sykes' Group A this week as he makes it through to a 6th consecutive Saturday night. One of the all-time great performers in this building is at it again and is looking to win again. He's looking for weekly title number 4. It would put him on a pedestal with some of the greatest to have ever played here. He has beaten Richie Howson by 4-0, and he finished off with a stunning performance. Average over 95, 4th and 6 of the doubles. Now 1-4-4, put him on the hill. Sykes 4, Howson 0. Our final game is Hands against Brouwers.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
McGuire,
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
McGuire,
jockey with
20.
a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
McGuire,
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
McGuire,
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia McGuire,
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
McGuire,
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia McGuire, 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Final game of the day is a meeting between Rohan Brouwers and Dan Hans, the bottom 2 players in the group going head-to-head. Before the break, we confirmed Tom Sykes as the winner of Group A. A 4-0 win against Richie Howson means that the Castleford Tiger is into Saturday night showpiece. That's a 6th consecutive Saturday for him. As for these two, they're going to be battling it out in Group C. In fact, we now know every position and every single place now. So
Game on.
we can confirm that Tom Sykes has won Group A. Group B is going to consist of Graham Usher, Danny Jansen, Carl Coleman,
85.
Paul Hogan and Jason Heaver, whilst Group C is going to comprise of Richie Howson, Dan Hans, Rohan Brouwers,
70.
Jamie Kelling, Anthony Allen and Carl Wilkinson. And this is why Tom Sykes has won the group. 20 points plus 14
43.
his legs difference. He's the winner of the group. Graham Usher on 18. Danny Jansen has a better legs difference than Richie Howson. That's why he's in third. You can see
44.
the gap there. +8 in comparison to -1. And so Howson's going to have to duke it out in Group C alongside this pair
96.
who occupy the bottom two. Dan Hans there in 5th, Rohan Brouwers in 6th. And that is how the table will end, irrespective of the result of this 15th and final game of the group.
43.
Well, these two being
36.
the debutantes of this week, I think they can say that they've done themselves proud, and
60.
you know, that although they're into Group C, they've had some magical moments from both of them.
121.
Well, hands up, be hoping 174 to
134.
move on to the
Rohan
good.
145.
left itself on tops. And again, Rohan left and forced to take out a finish like 145, which he isn't going to do this time. So Hans
48.
double top for
Danakar,
leg number
40.
1.
Getting shot the first
No
leg. Dan
mistake
Hans.
on tops.
Second leg, Rohan to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, these pair have had moments of brilliance on their out shooting, their out shots. We've had Hans take
58.
out a 170, a 160 today, a 170 yesterday,
140.
and of course Rohan with a 147 and a 136 in the same match yesterday
140.
against Tom Sykes, who, as you say, is the Group A winner.
100. $29. 83.
Do you think these pair are going to add to the 180 total, Henry?
I think they will. I think they will.
180.
Oh, right on cue.
You knew, didn't you?
92.
Had it on
Rohan
rewind.
Car 94.
Trina Gulliver's crystal ball. Anyway, do you know what the lottery numbers are tonight?
Well, that crystal ball's been dropped a few times, I can tell you.
50. Danukar 86.
Many a cracked glass.
It's the bullseye.
61.
Not to be.
Rohan
So
Car
Brouwers has
44.
a chance to level up at one apiece off the back of the max.
Game show in the second leg.
Well, it's not the
Rohan
most
Brouwers.
conventional way of taking out 44, but they all count the same. 1-1.
Third leg down to through first. Game on.
It'll do very nicely.
41.
And that's the thing about, you know, you're not hitting your target the first time, but correcting on the second.
59. 49. 95. 98. 135.
Brewers nearly adds another 180 to the mix, but
46.
just goes into the treble 5. He's had a few of them this week,
21.
and it's not been the boards that He's clattered against. It's been his own dart.
Sometimes too accurate for his own
82.
liking.
$40.
Well, leaves himself on 151.
$60. Rowan Nuaka 151.
Well, the 151 isn't going to be
39.
taken by
Nuaka 125.
Rohan. So Dan here looking at 125. And he's going to leave
85.
himself in a really handy
Rowan Nuaka
suit
112.
if Brouwers cannot find the 112. He's got the treble. He's going to give himself a dart. And that dart's a double top.
92. Danuka 40.
Pulls it low. The chance for hands. 2 10s.
Gains
Well,
on
he
the
finds
third
it with
leg,
his
10
third
hands.
dart. Just readjusts slightly on his last dart
Fourth leg round
as he
to third
throws
first. Game on.
and finds the double 10 bed. 2-1 to hands.
100. $60.
So Dan handed the initiative.
Ha 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 ha. Henry.
58.
That might well be the worst one of the lot.
$43.
It's been a long day.
It's a good effort though, Henry, you know, in all fairness.
I try. That's all that counts.
121.
Anyway, I better stop talking about myself. I'm just
55.
preparing for Glenn Durrant to be with us in commentary tomorrow.
He'll keep you in line.
29.
Yeah. I better bring the hard hat.
$31.
A disappointing leg here from Dan Hands.
95.
Quite finding the target. The Brewers leaves himself on 98.
60. Rowan Nuaka
Well, this
98.
is to level the game up at 2 apiece. 98 required.
$46. $85. Rowan Nuaka 52.
Does manage to leave himself a finish should he get the chance. Tops now though for
Gains on
Brewers
the
and he
fourth
takes
leg,
it out.
Rowan Brewers.
Levels the match at 2 apiece.
Fifth leg down to through first. Game on.
Well, he hasn't been given too many gilt-edged opportunities today, but in this game he's been given a couple more and he's been able to
80.
take them when they've come. Just a mind of our
123.
transmission times tomorrow. 1 o'clock we'll get underway with Group C. I can actually
40.
tell you the order of play for Group C tomorrow afternoon because the table positions have been
135.
finalised. Game 1 is going to be Rohan Brouwers in action up against Jamie Kelling. Game 2 is going to be Dan
59.
Hands against Anthony Allen. And Game 3 we'll see Richie Howson take on Carl Wilkinson. Now, Rohan's going to have to do the long stint the next
96.
couple of days. He'll play Carl Wilkins at the end of the day. And Dan will end his campaign with a match against Richie Howson.
60. Rowan Nuaka 147.
Well, treble 17 was
78.
target there. Not found, but does leave himself on 69 when he returns and has a good chance here of breaking the throw.
26.
Dan Hands
Rowan Nuaka 69.
taking the lead. 69 then.
So Dart at top,
39.
strays wide, but a rarity for him today. He's got a bit of time on side.
But here comes Dan Hands.
125, Rowan Nukar 30.
30 required then.
Getting shown the
Takes
fifth
it with
leg,
his
Rowan
first start.
Brouwers.
Breaks the throw of Dan Hands. And leads the
Six
match
leg Rowan to
by
throw
3 games
first.
to
Game
2.
on.
Throwing first in this leg.
Well, he's closing in on a 4th win of the
41.
group. I think today he's just been hit a little bit too much by the heavy artillery that's been thrown at him, but it'll be all about how he can recover
95.
from this. And the fact that actually this is an earlier finish than perhaps subscribed and prescribed means he's got a couple more hours maybe just to maybe put his head on a pillow, maybe go out for a bit of food, maybe just go out for a little walk in and around
40.
the town, or just do something kind of to distract him, refresh him, and then get himself ready
43.
for the battles that will recommence tomorrow afternoon.
Of course, just reminding viewers that
85.
just because he's in Group C, he may have a brilliant 2 days in that group, and there's nothing to stop him from qualifying for
140.
Saturday evening.
Obviously, players like Andy Hamilton and Jared Cole finish bottom of a Group A campaign and then go on and win their respective weeks. It isn't an
5.
elimination from the process. It's just a poor start, but poor starts when you're back on an even kilter can be rectified.
123.
Well, if the players that have been
95.
watching
Danukar 100.
that are in Group C that are coming into it, then
60.
you know they're gonna be a bit worried, I think, especially with the, you know, Dan's taken out some great shots and
40.
has looked
Danukar
impressive.
40. Getting shown the 6th leg,
Well,
Dan
that
Hands.
really impressive. Tops right in the middle of the bed. 3-3. And we head all the way to a last leg decider.
Screen stuck here on 9.
Well, just a bit of a technical hitch before we get this last leg of the day and the group underway. Should we get the pen and
Seventh
paper
final
out,
leg,
Trina?
Dan to throw first.
Well,
Game on.
that was quick. We seem to be on the way already.
100.
Oh, ton start for Dan. For these two, as I say, they'll be back tomorrow afternoon for 1. Group B gets underway from
85.
10, and I'll give you a little bit of a whet of the appetite as to what's coming first, because
97.
Carl Coleman takes on Danny Jansen, Paul Hogan will take on Graham Usher, and Jason Heaver will take on Carl Coleman in the opening few games. The
39.
night will round off with meetings between Paul Hogan and Jason Heaver, Graham Usher and Carl Coleman, and Heaver will return to take on Danny
140.
Jansen. But Dan Hands here, 164 points away from finishing his
80.
campaign for win.
Danica,
Rohan was actually in a really good
164.
position in this game, has been unable to make best use of it. Been
29.
a trying, telling day for the young Dutchman, which could be put to a close in a couple
58.
of moments' time.
Danukar 135.
Now, not to be this time,
51.
but he will be back. As Brewers on 239. Looking to pressurise. Must find a treble.
26.
And doesn't.
Danukar 84.
So to get the job done, doesn't have to chase the ball if he doesn't want to.
59.
But he wanted to finish on the ball. He wanted to finish with a bit of panache.
And why not?
For Rohan, it's going to be
35.
going back
Danukar
again in
25.
Group C on Thursday. For Dan,
No
he's
score.
bust it.
Just slips into the double 10. It's not a major disaster as Brewers back on 178. However, looking to get the job done as soon as possible.
5. Danukar 25.
Well, fatigue really setting in now with Brewers.
So double 12 again.
Game
And this
shown
time he
Dan Hunt.
fires home. It's a 4-3 win for Dan Hans. He gets over the line against Mohan Brouwers. These two will be combatants once again in Group C. And it's a tap man telling Paul Hinks to get some tats. You go down the shop, you can go and get a nice tattoo. Anyway, that's the worst accent you'll ever hear in your life. Anyway, that's the tail of the tape. We're going to go for a break. And we'll react to what's happened in Group A. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Group A has come to a close here. The live lounge reports of it was finished off a 4-3 win for Dan Hand against Rohan Brouwers. Before that, we saw Tom Sykes get the better of Richie Howson by 4-0. That meant that the Castleford Tiger had secured his passage through Group A. We can have a look at that now. It was a very, very tight group in the end. Going into the final couple of rounds, there was 4 players that could have won through. Richie Howson's going to be playing in Group C despite challenging for so long. Graham Usher and Danny Jansen, well, they're going to be doing their business in Group B on Thursday and Friday night. But it is Tom Sykes that gets the luxury of a couple of days off in Portsmouth. He joins myself and Trina Gulliver in the studio now to talk all about the last couple of games. First of all, many congratulations on getting the job done, but did it the hard way in the end, didn't you?
Yeah, that is genuinely one of the hardest groups I think I've ever been in down here. Every single person were just unbelievable all week, and you've seen there by the graphic on the TV. It was so close all the way through, and I'm just happy to get it done.
Did that have the feel of a Champions League group, that Group A?
Yeah, 100%. Everybody wants to win your group, wants to win your Group A, but I'm just happy I got it done in the end, and a couple of days off to rest now.
Well, let's talk about some of the key moments that got you over the line. We'll begin with that final game against Richie Howson, in particular that 1-4-4, put you into a 3-0 lead. I know you had an air of comfortability in that leg, but it just felt like you set your stall out straight away in that particular contest.
Yeah, I knew that I had to win that to go through, so I was full concentration mode straight away, and managed to get the job done 4-0, so yeah, no dramas.
No dramas in the end, but at the beginning of the day, it was littered with drama, Trina, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, and you didn't get off to the best start, did you, at the beginning of the day? And but you did well to turn it around and not let them results affect the rest of the day. And yeah, it was a great performance from him.
How much composure does that take when you're in that position where things could go so desperately wrong, but then search a way out of it?
Well, that shows how good he is, because it can easily have an effect on you, and he's obviously put them games behind him and moved forward, and it's nothing you can do about them games, and that's what you've got to do.
What was the thinking after game 2 in the day? Because things could have so easily gone wrong, as we just said there.
Yeah, 100%. But I knew that I was scoring well. I knew I'd been scoring well all week, and it was just the first 2 games I missed doubles. But like I said before, I think the karma sort of hit me a little bit, because I won 2 games on Monday that I probably shouldn't have won, and then I lost a few games that I should have won. But it is what it is. I just went into the toilet. I had a little word with myself, and I were all right then after that, and just got back up there, straight focused, and got the job done. So,
in terms of the week so far, what would be your overall assessment? Because we kind of mentioned it at the beginning of the day that the scoring at times has been exemplary.
Yeah, the standard in this group is ridiculous, but not only the standard, the camaraderie around the back as well. Like every single person, if you lose, you have your little 5 minutes where you want to throw your case about, but apart from that, everybody's congratulating each other. I've never been in a group like this before, standard-wise, and for the fun in the back room as well. It's been a good group.
Sometimes there's a relaxation element of it. Does that actually help in terms of you playing your best game? Because look, when you're out there, you wanna knock hammer and tongs out of one another, but actually when you're back there, the fact that the environment's a little bit more relaxed, does that kind of help you play your best darts a little?
Yeah, 100%. I know most of the guys that are in there. I know Graham, I know Danny, I know Dan, I know Richie a little bit. First time I've met Rowan this week, but yeah, they're all brilliant people, and we had a really, really good laugh this week, and hopefully I'll see a few of them there on Saturday as well.
And it is something that's quite unique to the Super Series, because when you play in other tournaments elsewhere, you kind of have like your own little table, your own people that you kind of go around with. But actually, when you're in an environment like this, because there's nobody else allowed during the weekend other than the people who are working here or B playing here, you kind of have to get along with one another.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's like Tom says, if you've got a good group behind you there, you're breaking up the day with a few laughs, aren't you, and everything like that. So, and you play well. If you're comfortable, then you're going to play better.
I suppose, look, you want to win any Group A you're in, but when you consider the week that you've been put in, does it feel like a little bit more of a relief that you can have a couple of days off now?
Yeah, I've just been saying to the guys in the back room there, as soon as I saw the group come out, I was like, I do not want to be in one of them Group A's, Group B's or Group C's, because I've played in a few Group B's that have been really, really tough, but this one's exactly the same again, and I'm just happy to get through and have a couple of days off now.
Were you aware of the run 80 record between all of you in the group?
We had a little inkling before. After the first day, I know we missed it, didn't we, by one, I think, but for the day. But after yesterday, we had a little chat about it this morning to know how many we needed, but I don't know how many we got in the end.
Well, I'll tell you what, we've got a graphic. We're going to hold it for now. I want you to guess how many you reckon there was in the end, between all of you.
There must be 140, maybe?
Let's have a look. Anyway, there goes my audition for the chase. 137 was the answer in the end. You got 36 of them. And actually, the other group that you surpassed, actually one that you were in a Champions Week, where you and Connor Scott went a bit ballistic with the 133. And we were kind of tottling up, weren't we, over the course of the day, the 180s. And it was kind of apparent right from the get-go. We knew we had some power scorers in there, but we didn't expect it to be that heavy, did we, the artillery?
Well, it started off brilliant, didn't it, on Monday with 51 maximums that day. And then followed by, I think it was 43 yesterday, and the rest come through today. It was just fantastic. Absolutely, power scoring was unbelievable.
And it have to be said, it was across the board as well, wasn't it? Even Dan and Rohan, I know towards the end of the day was kind of struggling a little bit, but they all played their part in what was a very, very high quality. Maybe in another week, they probably would have had a bit more joy.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Tom was the highest scorer of the maximums through the last 3 days. But yes, they've all played a part and a big part towards it, yes.
We'll have another chat with you in just a second, Tom, but me and Trina are going to round up everything else that we've seen today. I want to begin by talking about Graham Usher, who I can imagine his head spinning a little bit, because obviously the start Tom had, he put himself in a position where he could have taken charge of the group, and then he was unable to get the job done. Yeah,
a good start for him today, and just faded away a little bit towards the end. But yeah, it's it's unfortunate with such a tight group. It's down to legs, isn't it, at the end of the day, and it's just so tight.
In terms of Danny Jansen, I suppose his first job would have been getting into Group B. He was able to do that. Would he feel maybe possibly an opportunity was missed himself?
Possibly, but he's had a good week. He's got he's had the 9 darter as well, and he's produced some good darts as well, and they've all enjoyed it, haven't they? So I don't think he'll be too disappointed, but he's had a 9 darter, so I think that'll make up for it.
You must be sick of the sight of this.
Yeah, I am. I'm sick of the sight of Danny, to be fair. he did it again to me yesterday as well, didn't he? He went 7-1 yesterday against me. So, but yeah, Danny's a class guy. I've known him for quite a bit now, and he's a class player, and I'm sick of seeing that. So,
I'll tell you what, get rid of it. Get it off the screen now. Thank you, Simon, our director, for taking that off our screen. Let's talk about the rest of the group generally, and particularly players like Dan Hands, who we kind of mentioned that in any other week would have had a better opportunity, maybe getting into Group B or something like that. But you look at maybe the opportunity he could get in Group C. If he can get off to a positive start, then anything is possible for him.
I think that those that are coming into the Group C now will be looking at Dan and thinking he's going to be a threat. So, yes, I think he's done himself proud this week. He's played, it's his debutant. He's a debutant. He's played his first time here. He's looked comfortable, and I've been impressed with him.
And there's been lots of really big finishes, hasn't there, along the way? Yeah,
he's took out a 170, a 160, and he's really pulled it out the bag at times.
And Richie Howson, just quickly, a word on him and his progress this week. Got better, much better today, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. He's got 4 out of 4, I think, to start off with, and lost his last game. But yeah, he's the player of the day, I would say, as far as that goes. But 101 average in one of the matches that he played. So yeah, it's a much better day for him today.
But it's that man in our picture there that is the winner of Group A. What's the plan now then? What's the next couple of days looking like?
It'll be just a lot of chilling out. It's too warm outside to do anything, so I might just go for a little walk or something, and maybe have a little practice, just keep the arm going, and be refreshed for Saturday night.
Because this place, it's just happy memories for you. I know 2025 has been another really good year for you, hasn't it?
Yeah, my darts are going really well at the minute. Obviously a bit shaky on the doubles today and this week so far, but I've got a couple of days to sort that out now before Saturday, and hopefully get another weekly title.
Well, you're going to like the next graphic that we're going to show you, because this is the tournament bracket, and this is you, winner of Group A. You don't have to worry about B or C on Thursday and Friday. Just having a look at the couple of groups here, Trina. Graham and Danny, they'll probably go in as heavy favourites to get out of that Group B. Obviously, we know the ability of Paul Hogan was. I almost feel like Carl Coleman and Jason Heath might have a little bit of a free hit at that group.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like you say, Graham and Danny have had this time, these 3 days as well. So going into there, they're going to be warmed up kind of thing. And but then, so yeah, I mean, it's an interesting group, isn't it? And like you say, Paul Hogan, there has been here many a time as well. So yeah, it's all looking very. Either one of them groups, look. I mean, just look at them. They're both hard.
Jamie Kenney's got a very good track record here. I know Anthony Allen's somebody that you've known from your times playing on the BDO WDF circuit, and Carl Wilkinson had a good time of it at Lakeside last year as well.
Yeah, you know, you look at, like I say, you look at either of them groups, and neither one of them is an easy group, so it's going to be tough.
It's going to be a very, very tough group and a tough couple of days. That is for sure. And I say, you look at any kind of combination, any 5 from that 11 that go through, you've got a very strong Saturday night here.
Yeah, it's just been a fantastic week, hasn't it? And it's so far, and we've got more to come. I mean, if the consistently scoring of maximums and everything continues throughout the rest of the week, who knows what if there's a new record to break? You know, it could be well there, and we shall see. You're going to be the main part of it.
You're going to keep abreast of everything, or are you just going to maybe tunnel out for a couple of days?
Yeah, I might keep an eye on it. There's like Carl Wilkinson and Graham and Danny and stuff that are all still playing, so I'll probably still keep an eye on it.
Yorkshire contingent always stick together, right?
Absolutely. Now,
let's talk kind of a little bit more generally about the year, because obviously the end of last year we saw you lose your second Champions Week final. I know Q School maybe didn't quite go to the plan you would have wanted to. You would have liked to have got your card this year. But is it fair to say that you've bounced back fairly strongly from those disappointments?
Yeah, I said before the start of the year, all I wanted to do was, I wanted to get a talk card, don't get me wrong, but I said my goals at the beginning of the year were to get on the Pro Tour, play a couple of games against the big boys and see what happens. And I've already done that this year so far, and I've got a few results out of it. So for me, it's all about perfecting my game now up until January next year.
How good was the Six Nations?
Awesome. I loved every minute of it. Very warm, but apart from that, it was the win against Wales after the disappointment of last year was it was sweet.
Over one leg, you're tough to crack, aren't you?
Yeah, I can hit a double in one leg games. Give me 4 legs and I'm no good. But like I said in the interviews when I was there, it weren't just about me. The full team were all as good as each other that day, and we managed to get the win.
Do you want me to have a word with the people backstage?
Tell Jared I said that.
So let's look ahead to Saturday, because your record is ridiculous. So obviously the first time you came here, you didn't make it through. You've played 6 regular weeks, got through every time. 9 altogether, include the Champions Weeks, got through every single time. In fact, you've never finished below 3rd in a Group A in the history of you playing in this format here at the Super Series. What is the magic between you and this place?
I think it's just the whole atmosphere of it. To be fair, like every single person that I've been in here with, like I say, you guys, the guys that I play with backstage, the setup itself, everything is just perfect, and it makes to make people play well. Like I say there, we've had a cracking group this week, and everybody's played well because of the banter that you have and because of the surroundings that you're in. So it makes everybody better. Well,
Tom, many congratulations on winning Group 8. We'll see you on Saturday. Trina, it's always been great to have your company. We shall do it again soon. Now, before we leave you, we've got a little bit of business to attend to and a little bit of housekeeping, and that is to reveal the next nation that is going to be playing at international pairs, and that nation is going to be the United States of America, and there are plenty of players to pick from that particular talent pool. They're going to join the Canadian duo of Jess Smith and Dawson Michelle of a North American contingent, of course, Jimmy Van Schie and Danny Van Truyck. They're defending the title that they won back in May. Devon Peterson and Carl Gabriel will be representing South Africa. Andreas Harrison and Anton Östlund of Sweden. Richie Burnett and Kurt Parry, well, they're looking to go one better. René Eidans and Paul Kroner, the change in the Germany lineup. And we're going to see Denmark for the first time. Even Springborg Poulsen and Andreas Tov Jorgensen represent them. And the players that will be playing for the United States of America will be revealed on Saturday night's transmission here on Pluto TV. But before that, plenty coming up across the channel. Coming up after the break, a Tungsten talk with Graham Hall. G-Man talking about his couple of years on tour. And then we've got a double session of darts for you tomorrow. We're going to get underway with Group C. That's from 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Jamie Kelling is going to be in action there. And as you can see, Jason Heaver is going to be part of the party in Group B. That's going to get underway from 10 o'clock tomorrow evening. And then, of course, everything leads to Saturday night's final. We know Tom Sykes is going to be there. We'll find out who joins him. And we'll find out who will join the Champions Week party. That is from 7:30 p.m. on Saturday evening here on Pluto TV. But a record-breaking group took us to the max, but it was the Castleford Tiger that was able to hold his nerve. He rules through to Saturday night's final. Bye from us.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is
and it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Berg.